Chapter 2691. The rise of the ranking Listos. The notification of the devouring system sounded out in his mind. Yi Xian was completely stupefied. He was stunned on the spot. The Federation had broken through 10 million points. He was on the ranking list, ranked 8,999. Even now, hearing it with his own ears, he couldn't believe it. He wondered if he was dreaming. The Federation's ranking list was divided into the Celestial List, Terrestrial List, and Ranking List. The top 100 on the Celestial List, the top 1,000 on the Terrestrial List, and the top 10,000 on the Ranking List. Yi Xian hadn't been on the ranking list, otherwise the system would have notified him earlier. But now he was on the ranking list and he was in the top 9,000. This was definitely something that had never happened before. From what he knew, the celestial and terrestrial lists hadn't changed for many years. Even the ranking list of humans only swapped places with the last few hundred names. It was easy to understand. In order to enter the rankings, one had to accumulate federal contribution points. However, there were not many ways for the countless powerhouses of the Myriad Federation to obtain federal contribution points. Although killing demons was a very convenient way, no one had a way to determine the identity of the demons. Therefore, basically, everyone's points were in a situation where they were slowly increasing. Small changes in the points ranking became the general trend. No one had suddenly shot up the ranking list. No one had been on the ranking list, then suddenly shot up. At most, they'd be in the bottom 10,000, or 9,999. Yi Xian had shot into the top 9,000. That had never happened before. The reason Yi Xian was able to do this was obviously because he'd seized control of the Black Mosquito Bastion. His interstellar mercenary card was tied to his identity in the Federation. It had been branded in his divine sense. Now that the Black Mosquito had been taken down, the interstellar mercenary card that was tied to his divine sense immediately captured the scene. Therefore, it sent out a weak and mysterious signal, which was captured by the Sky River planet's superbrain. It confirmed his contribution and immediately awarded him Federation contribution points. This allowed him to break through more than half of the 10 million mark and enter the top 9,000 of the mortal list. The reason why Yi Xian was so surprised was because he had already ordered the devouring system to turn off the system notifications of the change in the Federation's points when they were in the second level of the Demon Scout Cave. As mentioned before, killing an ordinary Demon Scout would give 1,000 contribution points to the Federation. Back when Yi Xian was on the second floor, every time he killed a monster, the devouring system notification would ring in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your Federation contribution points have changed. Your current points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Federation contribution points. And so on. It would sound every once in a while. Later on, when Yi Xian was hunting in large numbers, it kept ringing in his mind. He couldn't get tired of it, so he took the initiative to order the devouring system to turn off the notifications. Ever since then, Yi Xian hadn't heard any more notifications when he killed demon scouts, so he gradually forgot about this matter. However, in reality, his Federation contribution points had been increasing rapidly all this time. The demon scouts that had been killed by Buck and the other demon slaves had also been given to Yi Xian after their brains had been dissected. Then, Yi Xian had tossed them to the devouring system for analysis, so they had also been counted. At the same time, when he took Buck and the other 2,000 demon scouts as his slaves, they were also captured by the galactic soldier imprinted in his consciousness, acknowledged and scored. Killing an ordinary demon dweller scout was 1,000 points. Subduing an ordinary demon scout was worth 2,000 points, which was double the amount. It was easy to determine this because the spirit source core in Yi Xian's mind was connected to the demon slaves. The galactic soldier card imprinted in his consciousness was used to confirm this. What Yi Xian didn't know was that when he had subdued the Black Mosquito Mother, his Federation contribution points had already reached the 10 million mark. After all, it was a high-level enemy at the Black Hole realm. Killing it was already hard enough, let alone subduing it. In addition to the Mount Naibwa that had been subdued, as well as the entire Black Mosquito Star Fortress, the current Yi Xian had more than 19 million contribution points, and he was about to reach 20 million. Of course, all of this had been sent out through some mysterious function of the galactic soldier card imprinted in his consciousness. It was like a simple radio frequency signal that had been received and verified by the galactic supercomputer on the nearest administrative planet. However, as for the specific situation, such as how Yi Xian had done all this, how he had obtained his contribution points, and so on, the simple signal that had been sent out wouldn't reveal any of this information. Furthermore, this kind of galactic soldier card would never make any mistakes. This was publicly known because the Federation Identity Imprint and the Federation Galactic Soldier Card were all issued by the Immortal-grade galactic supercomputer on the Imperial Capital Star of the Everlasting Dynasty. The Immortal-grade galactic supercomputer's ability was enough to cover the entire Universe 3. How could it make such a trivial mistake? Because of this, when the fact that Yi Xian had entered the top 9,000 on the human ranking list was discovered, the entire Sky River planet and even the other administrative planets of the Imperial Capital Star were in an uproar. However, no one doubted the authenticity of this matter. The Wan Luo Federation's Federation Contribution Points ranking list was displayed in real time on all the administrative planets of the Federation. This even included Universe 2, which was not part of the human race. During this time, the ranking list displayed on some of the Federation's races was only slightly delayed. In other words, at this moment, Yi Xian's name had become famous in the entire Wan Luo Federation. No one knew what kind of chaos was happening on the administrative planets in the distant star fields, but on the nearest administrative planet, the Sky River Star, it was already a mess. The first person to discover this was an ordinary galactic soldier. On one side of the Sky River planet's Federation office hall, there was a point exchange hall. All the treasures here could only be exchanged with Federation contribution points. In the center of the hall was the data of the Heaven, Earth, and Human ranking list. When Yi Xian's name and his galactic soldier serial number appeared on the human ranking list, a large string of data below fluctuated and changed. And galactic soldier who was looking up was dumbfounded on the spot. After a long time, this person raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. The string of data that was reflected in his line of sight had not changed at all. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. Human ranking list, 8,999. Yi Xian, galactic soldier serial number. The 13148080. Current Federation contribution points, 19876543. Chapter 2692. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Uproar. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly River planet. The entire administrative planet was on the verge of exploding. Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number. The 13148080. This was clearly an interstellar mercenary serial number that had just been registered on the Heavenly River planet not long ago. The TH in front was the abbreviation of the Heavenly River planet, and the lowercase a at the back represented this year's year number. The number represented the serial number that had been registered on the Heavenly River planet this year. Serial number 13148080 was clearly just a few months ago. An interstellar mercenary serial number that had just been registered a few months ago had actually earned nearly 20 million Federation contribution points in the blink of an eye. This was simply infuriating. It was precisely because of this that some people suspected that he had killed DE of the Tianji clan. Otherwise, none of this could be explained. Of course, this kind of suspicion was just a passing remark. It was even more unlikely that anyone would take it seriously. DE of the Tianji clan couldn't possibly be worth just a few Federation contribution points. He was worth at least tens of billions. D*MN it. D*MN it, how did this brat do it? What on earth happened to him? When the news reached the Star-Lord's mansion, Bai Zhengjun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth, muttering these words under his breath. Someone who had entered the Federation rankings, even if it was just the human ranking list, was no longer someone he could afford to offend. After all, the Heaven, Earth, and Human rankings list could be seen by the entire Wan Luo Federation. Perhaps some big shot from the Everlasting Dynasty was paying attention to this matter at this moment. If this brat had quietly entered the 10,000th or 999th place, it would have been fine. However, this brat had suddenly charged into the top 9,000, trampling over more than 1,000 veteran prodigies of the Federation. It was absolutely impossible that this had not attracted the attention of the big shots in the Imperial Capital Star or even the Imperial Capital Star. Therefore, Bai Jingjun was panicking. He had a feeling that once Yi Xian officially came into contact with the Federation, then in the future, his good son, who was an important official on the heavenly dust star of the Empire, would no longer be able to control Yi Xian. It just so happened that the enmity between the two of them was irreconcilable. Even an idiot would know what this meant. Similarly, in the Federation garrison headquarters on the Heavenly River planet, Zhao Long, the military leader of this administrative planet, was also staring blankly at the big screen in front of him that was displaying the human list rankings. After a long time, Zhao Long shook his head bitterly and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, I didn't find the opportunity to make a move back then. At least I didn't offend this guy. Tisk, tsk. Based on the things that this guy has done before and after, it would be fine if it was just one, but all of them are so shocking. How can this be explained by coincidence? There is a type of person who is destined to soar into the sky. The key is whether or not you can see the torch before he becomes rich. So what if we take a gamble this time? I, Zhao Long, will bet on this little freak. If the upper echelons of the Heavenly River planet were only surging with undercurrents regarding this matter, then in the Federation Hall of the Heavenly River planet, there was already an uproar. A guy who had just registered as an interstellar mercenary in the Federation Hall of the Heavenly River planet had actually obtained nearly 20 million contribution points in just a few months and rushed into the human list. Moreover, he had entered the top 9,000 as soon as he entered the human list. TSK. All of this was like a dream, and it made everyone excited. Brothers, do you see that? Nothing is impossible in this world. Who knows if the next person to enter the human list won't be one of us? Team up! Team up! Our team already has 6 interstellar mercenaries at the 7th level of the core state, and we will soon enter the depths of the graveyard domain. Our brother 8080 is only at the 8th level of the core state. Brothers, let's not give in. Only by going out will we have a chance. It's me, you know? Interstellar mercenary number 8080 is me. The one in front of me. A middle-aged interstellar mercenary was the most agitated. Heavens, I still remember that scene. Little brother 8080 was ranked just 1 spot ahead of me. I missed a good opportunity. If I had gotten this auspicious, I might have been the one to enter the human ranking board. Tisk! What's wrong with this guy? A series of disdainful voices sounded around him. In the distance, 3 people stared blankly at the human list of the Federation contribution points with complicated expressions. There were no words to describe the expressions on their faces. One of them was the interstellar pirate He Luoying. This person had even come into close contact with Yi Xian. If it weren't for the threat of Bai Zhengying's warship, he would have attacked back then. But now, after seeing Yi Xian enter the human list with his own eyes, He Luoying's expression was twisted and almost ferocious. He looked like he was possessed and kept muttering to himself, "A mistake! A huge mistake. This kid must have had a great opportunity after he escaped that day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he has today. If this old man had been able to take him down that day, perhaps all of this would have fallen into this old man's hands. This is a great opportunity, but in a moment of carelessness, it fell to him. This old man can't accept it. But it doesn't matter. With nearly 20 million Federation contribution points, this old man doesn't believe that this kid can hold back and not come to exchange for them. When the time comes, as long as he comes, all of his secrets will become this noble one's spoils of war. After all, he's just a star core state ant. As long as this noble one makes a detailed plan, everything about him will fall into this noble one's calculations. Miss, do you think this Yi Xian is the guy we met back then? But why do I feel like all of this is so unreal?" In another area, Lu Luo had a blank expression on her face. She turned her head to look at Shen Yuan Ziying, who was beside her, with a trace of disbelief on her face. If this Yi Xian is the guy we saw back then what kind of existence did he encounter back then? Who could have given him such a terrifying opportunity? In the blink of an eye, he had nearly 20 million Federation contribution points. Even you don't have that many right now, miss. Without a doubt, the person we met that day was Yi Xian. Furthermore, the space fortress that took him away didn't belong to our myriad Luo Federation. Instead, it belonged to the heavenly fate race in the domain of the fallen stars. At this point, Shenyuan Ziying, whose eyes were blurred, suddenly sighed softly. That guy, what exactly did he encounter? How did he do it? How did he manage to achieve such a feat in the celestial fate race's base camp in the human world? All of this is like a dream. What a strange person. What? Miss, you mean to say, that guy, he actually snuck into the headquarters of the Tianji clan's demon scouts, and even earned such a huge amount of Federation contribution points? Luluwa sucked in a breath of cold air, her face filled with shock and disbelief. But, is this possible? Chapter 2693. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations, the sword spirit of the demon blood sword, not to mention the heavenly river star. Even Yi Xian himself had a face full of shock. He was stunned for a long time before he finally regained his senses. 20 million? Close to 20 million? Not long ago, he was still looking up at 10 million Federation contribution points. How unattainable it was. Now, in the blink of an eye, it was close to 20 million. A huge surprise surged into Yi Xian's heart. He couldn't wait to fly back to the Sky River planet immediately and use 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for a tube of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid first. As long as he got his hands on the level 9 genetic cultivation fluid, the fragment of the immortal grade superbrain in his hand would most likely be revived in the near future. By then, Yi Xian would have an independent star-grade communication system. As long as he had enough energy, he could invade the level 1 star network at any time. He could even invade the Imperial Capital Planet and the Imperial Capital Planet's network at will and obtain a large amount of information. Searching for the source of devouring would be twice the work with half the effort. The Sky River planet should be in chaos now. This is not a small problem. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Yi Xian immediately realized the current situation. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he clenched his fists. But it doesn't matter. It's just a small Sky River planet. Even if the space pirates He Luoying and Xiaolong are both Black Hole Realm Masters, I now have the Mother Black Mosquito Beast and Mount Naibua, who are also 2 supreme Black Hole Realm Masters. Besides, although Xiaolong has a 5-kilometer-long cosmic cloud state space fortress, the Black Mosquito ship is not inferior to it. In fact, it is even better. This is a cosmic river state space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Now that I'm on the Federation contribution point ranking list, even if I swaggered into the Sky River planet to exchange for points, neither Xiaolong nor Bai Jingjun would dare to do anything to me. That would incur the wrath of the public. At most, they would wait for me to leave the Sky River planet before making a move. At that time, I will have the protection of the Black Mosquito ship and 2 Black Hole Realm powerhouses. This time, I don't even need to flee. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian could not help but feel relieved. However, now was not the time to immediately return to Sky River Star to start all this. Before setting off, there were still many things to do. First of all, it was personal strength. He immediately took out the corpses of those high-level demonkin elites that he had kept in his undying world. Following which, he raised the Devil Bloodstar Essence Sword. Buzz. As soon as this sword appeared, it seemed to have smelled a large amount of high-grade flesh and blood essence, and it actually let out a cheerful buzzing sound. This was clearly the rhythm that the sword spirit in the sword was about to take shape, and this sword was about to give birth to intelligence. Anticipation grew in Yi Xian's heart. Without any hesitation, he activated the demonic Bloodstar Essence Sword and started killing the high-rank elite demonkin corpses. Buzz! Buzz! The cheerful buzzing sound continued to ring out, and the large number of demonkin corpses that had been piled up into a small mountain rapidly withered. In the blink of an eye, they had shrunk by half, becoming a pile of bones. At this moment, Yi Xian's Devil Bloodstar Essence Sword broke free from Yi Xian's control and began to circle around the 4th floor of the Black Mosquito ship on its own. From time to time, it would let out a cheerful buzzing sound. In this regard, Yi Xian was not anxious and allowed it to play around. At this moment, the Devil Bloodstar Essence Sword gave him the feeling of a child that had just been born with self-awareness. It was mischievous and active, but there was a clear feeling of flesh and blood between it and his divine sense. Yi Xian could completely feel the fluctuations of consciousness of the Devil Bloodstar Essence Sword. After all, this offensive magic treasure had been refined by him from the beginning. Master, I am the Devil Blood. I have awakened. Sure enough, after circling around happily, a childish voice appeared in Yi Xian's mind. It was the consciousness of the sword spirit of the Devil Bloodstar Essence Sword. This little guy was quite clever. He gave himself a name, Devil Blood. However, Yi Xian quite liked this name. He could vaguely feel a domineering and murderous intent. As an offensive magic treasure, it should have such a name. As the voice sounded in his mind, the Devil Bloodstar Essence Sword that had been circling around outside for a long time seemed to be a little tired. It turned into a ray of light and directly rushed towards Yi Xian. Although it was a killing treasure that had evolved to the legendary level, it was after all refined by Yi Xian. Even the sword spirit bred in it took the initiative to recognize Yi Xian as its master. In this case, it couldn't hurt Yi Xian. With a flash of blood-colored light, the Devil Bloodstar Essence Sword directly charged into Yi Xian's body. As for the latter, with a wave of his hand, he stored the mountain-like pile of elite devil cultivator skeletons into the undying world within his body. After doing all this, Yi Xian glanced around at the demon slaves present. After pondering for a while, he said to the wretched mosquito butcher, "You go down and call Barker, Guihai Dao, and Song Qing you up. As for the other demon slaves and servants, all of them can leave." Soon, the wretched mosquito butcher turned around and left. The other servants and demon slaves in the hall all retreated quietly. The entire hall suddenly became empty. Only Yi Xian sat alone on the sofa. The others, such as Li Mosquito and Naibo Mountain, stood on the side with their hands behind their backs. Although the cultivation of the two of them was much stronger than the other demon slaves, in front of Yi Xian, their identity was the same as the other demon powerhouses. They were just demon slaves. In their consciousness, there was only the thought of serving Yi Xian as their master. There was no other consciousness of strength. Soon, Barker, Guihai Dao, and Song Qingyu arrived. As soon as Barker arrived, he handed over a large number of demon cores to Yi Xian. He also said that there were a large number of demon scout corpses piled up below. These were the products of the demon slaves that returned in recent days. Alright, from now on, there's no need to kill all the demon scouts that returned. Guard them. When I have time, I'll subdue them. After taking the demon cores, Yi Xian directly threw them to the devouring system to decompose and extract the demon's spirit origin power. After doing all this, he glanced at the demon slaves present before continuing. Now, I'll assign your roles and clarify your responsibilities. The second floor below is still under Barker's command. The commanders of the 2,000-man demon slave brigades are still Guihai Dao and Song Qingyu. In addition, the other demon scouts that returned one after another are slowly forming the 3rd brigade. In addition, all the demon slaves don't have to go out to mine for star cores or other things. On the contrary, the cultivation resources in the 3rd floor's warehouse are to be fully opened. All the demon slaves are to raise their cultivation as soon as possible. Chapter 2694. Translator, Hengyi Translations Editor. Hengyi Translations refining the Fortress Superbrain, in addition to the Demon's Cave abode area on the 2nd level. The manager of the 3rd level is also Barker. At this point, Yi Xian glanced at the wretched mosquito killer, Two-Wei and Baller. Then, he said, Two-Wei and Baller will still be the manager and assistant manager of the 3rd level's machinery area. If the machinery area needs more manpower, you can apply to Barker and choose from the demon slaves on the 2nd level below. As for the wretched mosquito killer, you will be in charge of the 3rd level's warehouse area. Of course, it will be under Barker's command. You only need to report to Barker and be responsible for the supplies there. As for the living area, except for the higher-ups who can each have a villa, all the other demon slaves will be converted into apartments. From now on, in my battle star, There will be no such thing as an elite or a poor class. The only difference is the level of your position and the weight of your responsibilities. As for the 4th level, I will personally oversee it. Naboshin and Lee Mosquito will be my guards. The think tank, Nan Huizi, will be in charge of the Artificial Intelligence Center. The housekeeper, Bangbenba, will be in charge of the daily operations of the entire 4th level. This refers to normal circumstances. If the higher-ups of other Battlestars come, Lee Mosquito and I will temporarily avoid them. Naboshin will resume his position as the captain. Everything will go according to the previous pattern. In short, we have a lot of things to do now. The entire Black Mosquito ship needs to improve its overall strength as soon as possible. At this point, Yixin seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at the housekeeper of the 4th level, Bangbenba, and instructed, "Oh right, you and Nan Huizi go to the Artificial Intelligence Center and send a notice to the 1st level of the 10,000 hells below. Say, the captain's special envoy will be going down to patrol in the next few days." At this moment, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Reminder to the host. If you want to completely control the Black Mosquito ship, you need to refine the Artificial Intelligence Center's Starry Sky Superbrain. Then you will be able to control the entire Battlestar. Hearing this, Yixin couldn't help but be stunned. Subsequently, he withdrew his consciousness and checked the devouring system for the specific situation. After a short while, Yixin finally understood everything. Unlike the Demonkin, they didn't have a primordial spirit or consciousness. They couldn't refine Bastion's superbrain like they could refine a relic. Under these circumstances, if a Bastion needed to attack, defend, or even self-destruct, it had to be manually entered from the 4th floor's AI. But Yixin was different. In fact, any human cultivator could do the same, and that was to refine the Space Fortress's superbrain. That way, the Space Fortress would be equivalent to one's own treasure, and could even be stored inside one's body. This was because the superbrain of a Bastion was bound to the Bastion as soon as it was built, couldn't be swapped out, and couldn't be separated. Therefore, when the superbrain of a Bastion was refined, it was the same as refining the entire Bastion. With Yixin's current strength, he was indeed unable to absorb a Starry Sky level expert into his body. However, after refining the Space Fortress, this would become a reality. Because what he absorbed into his body was a relic he had refined himself. Of course, even if it was a small private warship, it was still a magic treasure that he could refine. However, he couldn't put a Starry Sky powerhouse into a small private warship and absorb them into his body. The reason why the Bastion was able to achieve this was because it was different from small private battleships. It used space folding technology, and when the Starry Sky experts within the Bastion were absorbed into Yixin's body along with the Bastion, they actually didn't have anything to do with Yixin himself. The folded space inside made all of this a reality. As mentioned before, the superbrain was a mysterious entity that existed between matter and life. It was like the Taisui on Earth. It was a mysterious half-life form that was rarely seen even in the vast expanse of space. A Bastion's superbrain couldn't compare to the superbrain of a planet like Sky River. They weren't even on the same level. The former could only control a single Bastion, while the latter could control an entire planet. The difference was obvious. But it was also because of this that Yixin was able to refine the superbrain with ease. In half a day's time, he'd completely refined the superbrain in the Black Mosquito Bastion's 4th level. At last, Yixin's system beeped in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The superbrain that has refined the Black Mosquito Bastion will now be able to command the entire Bastion with a single thought. Phew! Everything's done. From now on, Yixin had the authority to pass through any portal he wished. He also had the right to selectively or comprehensively grant this authority to anyone he wished. There's one last thing I need to do. Once that's done, I should go down to the 1st level of the Cataclysm and see if Old Man Lu is still alive. Muttering to himself, Yixin turned and walked toward the portal that led to the 3rd level. Through there, he would reach the 2nd floor of the Demonic Dweller Cave, then use the Demonic Bloodstar Essence Sword to collect all the corpses of the Demonic Dwellers. After that, the returning Black Mosquito Bastion would no longer be slaughtered but subdued. After all, this place was now Yi Xian's main base. Less than 3,000 of the original 10,000 demon scouts were now a problem. Even if he couldn't kill the returning demon cultivator scouts, once everything was on the right track, Yi Xian would still have to think of a way to capture the other demon cultivator scouts. Even if he couldn't fill up the original 10,000 or so, he'd have to at least make up half of them. Of course, Lan Zhu's focus was on the elite. The other bastions used the demonkin scouts as laborers. They were forced to work in the fields, mining for planetary cores and other rare minerals. They were only given a tiny bit of cultivation resources. But Yi Xian was different. He'd ordered that none of his slaves be allowed to leave the bastion, and the supply of the black ores used to cultivate psychic power was open to them. There was only one request, and that was for all the demon slaves to start raising their cultivation base at full speed from now on. Chapter 2695. Another uproar. After Yi Xian had refined the superbrain on the 4th floor of the Black Mosquito Bastion, the data on the human ranking of the Federation Contribution Points rankings changed again in the Federation Affairs Hall located on all the administrative planets of the Myriad Federation. Human ranking 7,998. Yi Xian, Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number. The 13148080. Current Federation Contribution Points 298765430. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's federal contribution points had risen by another 10 million points. As for his ranking, it had gone from the top 9,000 to the top 8,000, and all of a sudden it had risen by 1,000. After all, the difference in Federation contribution points between the last 5,000 people on the human ranking was only a few hundred or a few thousand. Yi Xian's sudden increase of 10 million points to the Federation contribution points was nothing out of the ordinary. Naturally, the reason for all this was related to his refinement of the superbrain. The Celestial Legacy clan had many experts from slave races who had entered the graveyard domain through the natural wormholes in the depths of the graveyard domain, which separated the first universe from the third universe. There were even a few Celestial Legacy clansmen among them. However, only the demonkin had truly taken on a large scale. After all, the demonkin's characteristics were obvious. As long as they entered the graveyard domain, they could do whatever they wanted without any need to hide. Even so, the demonkin had only sent 10 bastions into the domain. Each of these bastions could provide the Celestial Legacy clan with countless planetary cores and rare minerals every year. It was as if the demonkin had taken resources from human territory and used them against the humans. Therefore, if a bastion was converted into Federation contribution points, it would be absolutely terrifying. Yi Xian had only taken the Black Mosquito Bastion, which was equivalent to winning a battle. He had already received a corresponding amount of Federation contribution points for this. However, capturing them was one thing, and refining them for one's own use was another. It was equivalent to capturing a captive and directly instigating the captive. The value was completely different. Therefore, after Yi Xian successfully turned the Black Mosquito into Yi Xian's personal magical equipment, he was awarded 10 million contribution points of the Federation again. In fact, he still had a way to obtain a large number of Federation points, and this way was already in his hands. It was just that Yi Xian had not realized it yet. There was no doubt that as he discovered this pathway, he would be able to obtain even more Federation contribution points. When that time came, Yi Xian would probably be shocked silly. As he received another 10 million Federation contribution points, Yi Xian was stunned once again. He muttered to himself, F***CK. 10 million? That's another bottle of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. I wonder, how many bottles are there in the Federation's exchange warehouse? Following Yi Xian's muttering, the Sky River planet was in an uproar once again. The Sky River Planet Federation Affairs Hall was already filled with people. Everyone had a fanatical look on their faces. Their gazes were all gathered on the mercenary's serial number, which ended with the lucky number 8080. Thunderous cheers resounded. At this moment, Yi Xian had become a legend. A small interstellar mercenary in the core state had rushed into the top 8,000 in less than half a day after breaking into the top 9,000 of the ranking list of young masters, gaining 10 million contribution points of the Federation contribution points in one go. Everyone was guessing. This interstellar mercenary called Yi Xian he. What exactly did he do? Bai Zhengjun, Zhao Long, He Luoying, Luluo Luo, and the master and servant of the purplish warbler were all wondering the same thing. Even Master Su and the others, who had led the fleet of space fortresses from the Skydust planet to the black hole area to deal with the small black hole, were dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, "This lucky bastard. What did he do?" Aside from the human camp, the highest commander the Heavenly Legacy clan had sent to the Graveyard Star Zone at the edge of the third universe, Ba Chai, a black hole realm level 9 expert, was also furious. Among the 10 space fortresses of the Demon Scouts, the Black Wind had the most powerful guardian beast. The guardian beast of the Black Wind was a Black Wind beast, which was at the 8th level of the black hole realm. Therefore, the Black Wind was also the flagship of the 10 space fortresses. Ba Chai, as the leader, was on the Black Wind. At this moment, at the center of the hall on the 4th floor of the Black Wind, the human ranking of the 1,000 Luo Federation contribution points was displayed on a huge virtual screen. As the leader of the Demon Scouts that the Tianji clan had sent to the third universe of the human race, Ba Chai often paid attention to the 3 rankings. The reason he was furious was because Yi Xian had suddenly obtained more than 10 million Federation contribution points twice in a row and then soared up the human ranking. It should be noted that every Federation contribution point represented a loss for the Tianji clan. With the strength of the human race and even the myriad Luo Federation, it was impossible for them to invade the first universe, the headquarters of the Heavenly Legacy race. In fact, this guy called Yi Xian was only an ant at the Star Core realm. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the natural wormhole in the depths of the graveyard domain. Since that was the case, the nearly 30 million Federation contribution points that he had earned were clearly obtained in the graveyard star field. However, none of this made sense. Unless a few higher-ups of the Tianji clan had coincidentally come here, encountered a spatial storm and were on the verge of death, then ran into this kid and picked up a ready-made reward. Otherwise, how could a puny Star Core realm ant like him earn nearly 30 million Federation contribution points in such a short time? Damn it! Can someone tell me what went wrong? How did that kid do it? Did he steal one of this daddy's space fortresses? What a joke! With a ferocious expression, Ba Chai smashed the tea table beside him into pieces and ordered, "Immediately notify the other 9 space fortresses and order all the Demon Scouts to search with all their might. We must find the truth of this matter. We must find this little bastard called Yi Xian for this daddy." Yes. Beside him, a trusted Star Realm steward accepted the leader's order and hurriedly went to relay the order. At this moment, Ba Chai would never have guessed that what he thought was the most impossible thing was actually the truth. The reason Yi Xian had been able to earn nearly 30 million Federation contribution points in such a short time was indeed because he had stolen a space fortress from him without anyone noticing. Moreover, this kind of rapid increase in contribution points was clearly not the end. This was only the beginning. An even more sensational storm would soon unfold. Chapter 2696. Inspecting Myriad Prison. Before Yi Xian left, he handed over the Myriad Heaven Prison's prison guards to 2 people called Shazhua and Mei Tang. These 2 fellows were both at the 4th level of the Star Core realm and were considered in the upper echelons of the 100 over prison guards. During this period of time, the entire prison guards of the Myriad Heaven Prison were under the command of the 2 of them. Although they couldn't communicate with the top of Myriad Prison, they could send orders to the bottom of Myriad Prison through the AI control center on the 4th floor. Nan Huizi, the only remaining think tank of the Black Mosquito Bastion, followed Yi Xian's orders and passed down the order for the captain to inspect the bottom floor of Myriad Prison. The more than 100 Myriad Prison wardens immediately went into an uproar. All the wardens were nervous. Many people even speculated that something had happened to the new warden commander, Yi Xian. Otherwise, why would Naibua Shan, as the controller of the entire Black Mosquito Bastion, suddenly want to inspect the bottom floor? It must be known that this kind of situation had never happened in the past few decades. Now that it had suddenly appeared, the reason was obviously not ordinary. With this thought in mind, Shazhua and Mei Tang immediately took action. First, they gathered all the wardens and tidied up their discipline. Then, they reorganized the patrol squads. All the Demonkin wardens were divided into 10 squads, 2 shifts. At any time, There were 5 patrol squads patrolling the vast myriad prison outside. Everything was in order and revealed a tense atmosphere. As the 5 patrol squads patrolled the outside at all times, the news that the highest level of the entire Black Mosquito Bastion was about to come down for an inspection quickly spread among the nearly 10,000 Federation prisoners in this area. The green-bearded old man, Lu Wenxuan, seemed to have guessed something inside. Alas, it seems that stupid boy still hasn't escaped. Even the highest level of the entire bastion is going to come down for an inspection. This is clearly a reorganization. I'm afraid they'll catch a few examples to set an example for others. What a pity. As Lu Wenxuan's sigh of regret spread out, a wave of curses immediately sounded in response. Old man Lu, you're still feeling sorry for that boy? We've all been implicated by him. This time, Naibuishan is coming in person. I'm afraid many people will be unlucky. This is clearly because he didn't manage to escape and leaked his whereabouts. Yes or no, I'm afraid that the few of us who are closer to its cage are going to be in trouble this time. We clearly found out that the kid had escaped, but we didn't report it. Mount Naibua is most likely going to attack us. If I had known that this would happen, I would have exposed his identity in front of those prison guards. At least I could have avoided today's calamity. To think that I placed my hopes on that brat. Who would have thought that he would be so heartless? Not only did he escape by himself, he even failed and implicated all of us. Well, you've been thinking of reporting it all this time? It's not too late for you to have such thoughts. You still have a chance now. Without waiting for the surrounding complaints to die down, Yi Xian's cold laughter rang out. He had refined the Starry Sky Superbrain, which was the intelligence center of the entire Black Mosquito Bastion. With a thought, he could know the movements in any corner of the entire Black Mosquito Bastion. At the same time, his voice could be transmitted to any area in an instant. At this moment, as Yi Xian's voice rang out in the cataclysm, his figure stepped out of the black light film of the space door. Following closely behind were Li Mosquito, Naibuishan, Barker, and the wretched Mosquito Killer. Boss? Seeing Yi Xian appear, Sha Zhuo and Mei Tang almost dropped their eyes to the ground. They stuttered, and their faces were full of shock. All of this was too strange. The entire bastion's leader, Naibuishan, was following behind Yi Xian like a follower. Even though they saw this scene with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it at all. At this time, they suspected that they were dreaming. What? Are you so disappointed to see that I'm still alive? Yi Xian laughed inwardly, but his face immediately darkened. How could it be? Ha ha ha. Boss, you're awesome, my brother. Yes or no, all of this is like a dream. If we knew it was you who was coming down, we wouldn't have been so nervous. We would have just done what we were supposed to do. You scared us. Sha Zhuo and Mei Tang immediately grinned. Although they didn't know how Yi Xian did it, the fact was in front of them. Naibuishan was following behind, and it was obvious that he was controlled by Yi Xian. This situation made them feel very good. As demon prison guards who were sent to the lowest level, it was obviously impossible to say that they didn't have any complaints about Naibuishan. Hearing these two guys' words, Yi Xian also grinned, and his heart suddenly relaxed. In fact, he'd been hesitant about whether or not to use the slave seal on the 100 or so prison guards below. For Yi Xian it was a simple matter, and they didn't even have a chance to resist. But if he really did so, Yi Xian would bear a grudge in his heart. Although at first he'd disguised himself as a demon and mixed in with these prison guards, it was undeniable that they really did treat him as a brother. When Yi Xian wanted to rebel against the original prison guard commander, they'd even supported him. Under these circumstances, if Yi Xian also took the 100 or so prison guards as his slaves, it would have some effect on his Dao heart. Therefore, Yi Xian had already made plans before coming here. If they were terrified after meeting with him, and didn't feel the same as before, then he'd plant the slave seal. After all, they were already at odds, and it was only a matter of time. But if these prison guards were still the same as before, there was no need to rush. If there really was a change in the future, then he'd deal with them. In this Black Mosquito Bastion, the 100 or so prison guards really couldn't make any waves. Let's go. Come with me to stroll around Myriad Prison. Previously I promised an old friend that I would return his freedom. Today, it's time to fulfill that promise. Nodding to Shazhua and Mei Tang, Yixian walked towards Old Man Du's cage as he spoke. The two of them exchanged a look and immediately shouted loudly. They each led dozens of prison guards and trotted forward to open up a path ahead. The demons who could serve as prison guards in Myriad Prison were all intelligent people, and naturally could see the situation clearly. Yixian's attitude reassured them, and now they only wanted to perform well. As for the matters of the higher-ups, it had nothing to do with them. They only knew that their brother was on a meteoric rise. After a short while, Yixian stopped in front of Old Man Du's cage and grinned at the completely dumbfounded Du Wenshuan. Old Man Du, this Yi has only come today to fulfill his promise. You can now swagger away at any time. Chapter 2697. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations caught between a rock and a hard place, you brat. You can actually control the cages of Myriad Cataclysmic Prison? As all the cage pillars around him were retracted and disappeared, his body merged with the outside world. He didn't even need to take a step before he directly broke free from the shackles of the cage. The green-bearded old man, Lu Wenshuan, who instantly regained his freedom, was immediately stunned. He looked at Yixian in a daze and asked subconsciously, but his mind was full of questions. Oh, I hit it off with Brother Naboshan at first sight. He didn't have a gift to give me, so he gave me this black mosquito bastion. Yixian blinked his eyes at Old Man Lu, then grinned and said, Since the entire space fortress is mine, what's so strange about controlling a cage? In fact, as long as I want to, I can make all these cages disappear with a thought, and the entire Myriad Cataclysmic Prison will become a flat and open land. He wasn't bragging. Yixian could really do it, and it only took a thought. If he said this before, no one would believe him. Even the green-bearded old man, Lu Wenshuan, would roll his eyes without hesitation. But now, with a living fact in front of them, coupled with a strong desire to live, the other Federation powerhouses in the other cages immediately shouted excitedly. They were so emotional that it was as if they were crying and shouting for death. The entire Myriad Cataclysmic Prison instantly turned into a market. Brother, my blood brother, please save me. I gave you a small space box before. Me too, me too. This old man is quite rich. Brother Yixian, I'll give you half of it. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect such a hero to appear in our human race. Fellow Yi, this old man thinks highly of you. We hit it off at first sight. Why don't you let me out, and we can drink 3 cups of wine first? If *CK off, you big liar. If you want to ask for help, will you die? You're so pretentious. Ahem, fellow Yi. We're all elites of the human race. We should be friendly and help each other. Please, can you open the door first? Yixian frowned as he listened to the clamor. He immediately shot a glance at Shazhua and Mei Tang. The two of them understood, and their expressions darkened as they walked to the nearest cage. You're the one who's shouting the loudest. What punishment do you deserve for disturbing the leader? What's the point of wasting time with him? He's probably itching for a beating. Just let him feel comfortable. As the two of them spoke, they looked at each other and directly activated the restrictions of the cage. A dark blue lightning flashed, and a huge blue arc of lightning struck down from the top of the center of the cage. The guy in the cage, who had just said that he was close friends with Yixian at first sight and wanted to drink 3 cups of wine, was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. His entire body collapsed to the ground. For a moment, there was complete silence. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and stared blankly at Yixian. Their entire body felt uncomfortable. Ahem, what are you guys doing? How can you abuse torture? Our Wanluo hell needs to be civilized in the future. Yixian coughed twice, then looked around. He cupped his hands at the cages around him and said loudly, Everyone, don't worry. This kind of thing will never happen again. We're all fellow Federation citizens. I will restrain them and make sure they don't use torture again. Although all of you cursed me before, I've always been an open-minded person. Seeing that we're all fellow Federation citizens, I'll still help you fight for this little bit of benefit. In other words, it was clear that he would continue to lock them up and he had no intention of letting them go at all. The people in the cages around were not fools. Their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were rolling around. They all began to think of ways to escape. It was also at this time that the system notification of the devouring system sounded in Yi Xian's mind again without warning. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained 10,000 Federation contribution points. Ranking breakthrough. Current points: 298,86543. Current ranking: 7997 on the human list. What was going on? Yi Xian was stunned. He hadn't done anything just now. He had just casually boasted. Could it be that boasting would give him Federation contribution points? Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He was stunned for a few seconds before he realized what had happened. Besides boasting, he had also done something else, which was to release the green-bearded old man, Lu Wenxuan. Obviously, the reason why he had suddenly obtained 10,000 Federation contribution points was related to this. Lu Wenxuan was an array master of the Wan Luo Federation's human race. His cultivation level was also at the star grade, the 5th major realm. If he was captured by the demons, it would definitely be a great loss to the Wan Luo Federation. Yi Xian had released him, which was obviously a good thing for the Wan Luo Federation. That was why he had obtained 10,000 Federation contribution points. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he realized this. He subconsciously glanced at the cages in the distance. He was so excited that he almost couldn't control himself. More than 10,000 Federation prisoners. Based on the situation just now, as long as he put away the pillars of the cages with a thought, the star mercenary card that was tied to the Federation identification card on his primordial spirit would automatically recognize that he had saved a Federation powerhouse. Even though not every one of them was as valuable as the green-bearded old man, Lu Wenxuan, who was worth 10,000 Federation contribution points, the key was that there were many of them. 5,000 contribution points per person would be equivalent to 50 million points. That was equivalent to 5 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. More importantly, this huge amount of Federation contribution points didn't just come out of nowhere. While obtaining these Federation contribution points, Yi Xian could also obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources and various treasures. Why? Was there even a need to ask? These guys didn't know that Yi Xian would be able to obtain such benefits. Therefore, if they wanted to escape, they would have to take out at least 70 to 80% of the cultivation resources and treasures in their bodies, even if they didn't completely rob them, right? Otherwise, did they really think that I was doing a good deed like Lei Feng? However, after a moment of inexplicable excitement, Yi Xian quickly calmed down. This matter was a little inappropriate. It wasn't that he didn't want to release the 10,000 Federation prisoners, but for Yi Xian, releasing them would definitely cause more harm than good. The harm was even greater than the tens of millions of Federation contribution points Yi Xian would obtain from this matter, as well as the huge amount of cultivation resources and various treasures he would obtain. Because once the 10,000 Federation prisoners were released, everything Yi Xian had in the Black Mosquito Bastion would be exposed. Chapter 2698. Long-term investment. What's the matter, kid? Just as Yi Xian was caught in a dilemma, the green-bearded old man Du Wenxuan had recovered from his shock. He walked from the cage that had lost its pillars to Yi Xian and patted him on the shoulder. I don't care how you did it, but I wasn't wrong about you. Tell me what's troubling you. All right? Don't pretend you didn't get what you wanted. Now that you can leave, you should leave. Yi Xian chuckled wryly and said nothing more. He only urged old man Lu to leave. But you better keep this a secret for me when you get out, old man. It's not appropriate for news of this situation to spread. So that's what you're worried about. Although Yi Xian had only mentioned it casually, old man Lu was a shrewd man. He immediately understood and laughed heartily. I say, what are you worried about, kid? You've got the entire Black Mosquito Bastion in your hands. What's there to worry about? Who would have thought it was because of something so trivial? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. What do you mean? These 10,000 Federation elites are indeed a problem. Too many people, too many mouths. Once they're released, they'll be a huge threat to your secret of the Black Mosquito Bastion. Old man Lu nodded slightly. As he spoke, He had already raised his hand and pointed to the surroundings. Then, he continued, "However, these are more than 10,000 elites of the Federation after all. To be able to be captured and imprisoned here by the demons with great effort, all of them must have extremely outstanding achievements or advantages in a certain field, or perhaps they are people with extraordinary backgrounds. For the Wan Luo Federation, this is definitely a huge talent resource. It's one thing for the demonkin to be in charge of the Black Mosquito Bastion. But now that it's in your hands, are you really going to harden your heart and ignore the Federation's influence? Of course, it would be an exaggeration to say that these 10,000 people can affect the general situation of the Federation. They can't even affect the general situation of an empire. But have you heard of this saying? It's called the butterfly effect. And who can say that after they are released, one day in the future, one of them won't play a crucial role in the war between the Myriad Net Federation and the Heavens Legacy race? Therefore, you must release the experts of the Federation. However, this doesn't mean that you have to risk exposing your secret and sacrifice yourself for a righteous cause. That would be too fake, and this old man can't say it. If you want them to keep a secret, it's actually very simple. Just make them swear a Tao oath one by one and hand over a Tao oath brand to you. If anyone wants to reveal this secret in any way, including being forced to confess or having their soul searched, then you'll be able to sense the Taoist oath brand they handed over immediately. Because this oath is related to the great Tao of the universe, you'll be able to sense it instantly, no matter if you're in the third universe or the first universe. At that time, you'll only need a thought to destroy that person's soul and primordial spirit under the backlash of the Taoist oath. In addition, there's another advantage to this method, and that's that you can use it against them. Even if they don't break the Taoist oath brand in their entire life, as long as the Taoist oath brand is not taken back, their Tao heart will never be able to reach perfection. It doesn't matter if their cultivation is weak now, but in the future, once their cultivation rises, this flaw will become extremely important. It may even affect how high their final accomplishments on the path of cultivation will be. In other words, as long as you have these 10,000 Taoist oath brands in your hands, then in the future, if a few of these people become peak existences of the Federation, such as the Lord of the Capital or the Imperial Advisor of the Capital, you'll have struck gold. Once they reach that level, they'll definitely do everything they can to redeem the Taoist oath brand that belongs to them from you. Moreover, they'll have no choice but to use the Taoist oath brand honestly. They won't be able to use any other schemes, because you can decide their life and death with a single thought. Once they reach that level, these guys will clearly be even more afraid of death and won't take the risk. Before Old Man Lu could finish speaking, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and they grew brighter and brighter. Not only would he be able to obtain tens of millions of Federation contribution points, but he would also be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources and various treasures. More importantly, this was equivalent to a long-term investment, and the investment would all be in excellent stocks with potential. When he really did reap some benefits in the future, even if only 1% or even 1,000th of these 10,000 potential stocks would take the initiative to repay him, the benefits would be unstoppable. After all, those who would take the initiative to repay him were definitely existences that had already reached a certain level. Even if Yi Xian's level might already be higher than theirs by then, who would complain about taking the initiative to repay such a good thing? Not only would he obtain immediate benefits, but he would also be able to make a long-term investment. There was no better thing in the world than this. The moment he thought of this, Yi Xian became excited. He immediately spread his voice throughout the entire Myriad catchment prison. You all heard what Old Man Lu said just now. It's not that I don't want to let you go, but there are too many people and too many mouths. This matter is too big of a threat to me, so I must make an oath. Moreover, because this plan was something that Old Man Lu helped me come up with, in order to prevent all of you from harboring any grudges, when you make the oath and hand over a strand of the Tao Oath brand, you must add a sentence. Never scheme against Old Man Lu in any way because of this matter. My request is that simple. If you can accept it, you can make the oath now. After you hand over the oath brand and I verify that it's correct, the pillars around you will immediately disappear. Of course, if you feel that the conditions are too harsh and you can't accept it, I won't force you. You can continue to stay in this Myriad catchment prison. I, Yi Xian, also guarantee that things like lynching will never happen again, but that's all. Of course, in addition to the oath, you must more or less leave some money to buy your lives. After all, I spent a lot of effort and almost died many times before I finally took down the entire black mosquito. Under such circumstances, there's no reason for you to sit back and enjoy all the benefits while I bear all the risks. Making an oath is only a guarantee for this Ye's inherent interests, but it doesn't reflect that you've shared the slightest bit of the risks this Yi had to bear. Therefore, this Ye's suggestion is to take out 70% of all the cultivation resources and various treasures on you. I risked my life to do this, but you only took out 70% of the resources and treasures after it was done. You've profited greatly from this deal. Chapter 2699. The First Transaction. As Yi Xian's words spread, the entire myriad catacombs was in an uproar. In the distance, there were even some indistinct curses, but because the voices were not loud and the situation was under control, Yi Xian did not care at all and directly ignored them. Sha Zhuo and Mei Tang led nearly 100 jailers into the room. At this moment, they were all waiting respectfully at the back of the group of jailers. At first, they were confused by what was happening. Naturally, they did not believe that Yi Xian was a human expert. How could a human expert have the mental power of the demon people? However, they really could not understand what Yi Xian had done before. At this moment, when Yi Xian said that he wanted these people to hand over 70% of their precious cultivation resources and various treasures, the prison guards' eyes immediately lit up. When they looked at Yi Xian's back again, that kind of overflowing admiration could no longer be suppressed. Boss was still the best. After so many twists and turns, in the end, it turned out to be such a matter. Although the foreshadowing from before was fake, it was so real that it made it impossible for people to reject or argue with it. It was really a blessing to follow such a boss. Although they had dug out some treasures and resources from these people before, even a fool would know that the things they dug out were definitely a drop in the bucket compared to the treasures they kept in their bodies. In the future, once they handed them over or sent them back to the star field of the demon people's ancestral land, these huge amounts of resources and treasures would all go down the drain. Although, in order to obtain 70% of the resources and treasures, they would have to release all of them later, but that did not matter. As long as the benefits were in their hands, it was fine. As for these people, if the higher-ups wanted to do something, what did it have to do with them? They did not see the higher-ups sympathizing with them, the lowest-level demon people prison guards. In this kind of situation, if they did not seize the opportunity to obtain more benefits for themselves, that would be stupid. With this thought in mind, the group of prison guards immediately became even more loyal to Yi Xian. What a good leader! In order to obtain benefits for his brothers, he had to take such a huge risk. To have met such a leader, they would follow him for the rest of their lives. Yi Xian naturally didn't know about the emotions in the hearts of these devil cultivator jailers. At this moment, he was calm and composed. He wasn't in a hurry at all as he quietly waited for the Federation experts in the cages to reply. Right now, the initiative was on his side. He believed that these people were more anxious than him. Sure enough, after the commotion, the entire myriad net hell quickly quieted down. The more than 10,000 experts of the Federation were all in deep thought and dilemma. Although Yi Xian was indeed demanding an exorbitant price, not only did he want to swear an oath of allegiance, but he also wanted to deduct 70% of the cultivation resources and treasures. It was worth mentioning that this 70% could not be tampered with. The oath was there for all to see. If he really tried to tamper with it, he would be the one to suffer. Under such circumstances, anyone would feel as if a large piece of flesh had been gouged out of their heart. It was so painful that they wanted to cry out in pain. However, what the other party said was reasonable. They didn't even have the chance to argue or bargain to reduce the percentage of the deduction even a little bit. The oath was indeed only a means to protect the inherent rights and interests of others, but it did not reflect the sharing of the risks that others had taken in the past. Therefore, the 70% of cultivation resources and treasures would have to be handed over, even if they did not want to. Although it was painful compared to their own lives, this was a debt that even a fool would calculate. Under such circumstances, after some hesitation and struggle, someone quickly made a decision. All right, This old man will now swear an oath of allegiance. This is my oath brand. Inside this space box is 70% of the cultivation resources and treasures this old man has collected for many years. More than 1,000 meters to the right, an old man with a long beard raised his hand and released a divine sense imprint as he spoke. At the same time, he threw out an ordinary small space box. The Tao Oath imprint contains an additional clause of 70% of the cultivation resources and treasures, so this old man can't do anything about it. I hope fellow Taoist Yi can verify this and immediately let me go. Don't panic. This Yi still keeps his word. Yi Xian immediately grinned. First, he used his divine sense to guide the Tao Oath brand into his sea of consciousness. After verifying it, he raised his hand and caught the small space box. He used his divine sense to investigate the inside. The various cultivation resources and treasures inside made his eyelids twitch slightly. It was indeed not cheap. To be able to be treated as a treasure by an existence of this level, and even be left behind by the prison guards when they were searching for it, it was naturally not an ordinary item. In addition to the large quantity, just this transaction alone caused Yi Xian to be extremely fascinated. Walala. Following the completion of the transaction, Yi Xian put away all of the cage pillars around the old man with a thought. He directly disappeared into the folded space and disappeared. Senior, please calm down. I'll ask if there's anyone else who wants to leave. If there is, I'll open the main passage in the basement and you can all leave together. If there isn't, I'll immediately open the main passage in the basement. After taking the benefits of the other party, Yi Xian's attitude became much more courteous. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This is also for your safety. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to leave together in a group? It's very dangerous outside." The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything else. Old man Lu, who was beside Yi Xian, shook his head and sighed with a bitter expression. He was sure that these 10,000 or so Federation experts all hated him in their hearts. However, even if they hated him, with the clause that Yi Xian had deliberately added in the oath, these people couldn't do anything about it. From this point of view, not only was this brat meticulous, he also had a conscience. In the end, he didn't misjudge him. With this thought, old man Lu immediately accepted his fate. From now on, he and Yi Xian would be grasshoppers on the same rope. At this moment, Yi Xian cupped his hands towards the surroundings with a smile and spoke again. "Fellow Taoists, how are your considerations? I've been busy all day, and my body is a little tired. How about, let's talk about it tomorrow?" After saying that, Yi Xian waved his hand and turned around to leave. Seeing this, the 10,000 Federation experts around them all knew that Yi Xian was just putting on an act. They all hated him so much that the roots of their teeth were itching. However, this matter concerned their lives and deaths, so they didn't dare to do as they pleased. What if Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind tomorrow and didn't want to do this again? Or what if he raised the original 70% to 80 or 90%? That would really be F***ket up. Chapter 2700. Walk slowly, don't fall. Brother Yi, I've already made my Tao Oath. This is the Tao Oath brand. Take it. And mine. 70% of my cultivation resources and various treasures are in the small space box. Fellow Taoist Yi, help me with this first. I'm going out to take a breather. Don't cut in line, those at the back. Don't you know how to go from near to far? I'm the closest to fellow Taoist Yi. Following the successful completion of the first transaction between the old man and Yi Xian, a large amount of noise and clamor resounded throughout the area. The imprisoned experts of the Federation all took the initiative to swear an oath. Then, they threw the training resources and treasures that they had chosen and put in the space boxes to Yi Xian. This scene was really too shocking. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the green-bearded old man Lu Wenxuan, who was used to seeing big scenes, directly opened his mouth wide. He stared blankly at the 10,000 small space boxes that were whistling towards him like rain. It should be known that each of the spatial boxes contained a large amount of cultivation resources and various treasures. Now, even the small space boxes could be piled up into a mountain. When the time came, if all the treasures were taken out and piled up together, the amount was simply unimaginable. Perhaps even the stock in the Sky River planet's official treasury could not compare. I give in. I, Shazwa, am convinced. That's right. I, Mei Tang, have only heard of 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time. That scene must be very frightening. However, only today did I understand that 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time is nothing. Could it compare to the 10,000 small space boxes in front of him? There's simply no comparison. Behind Yixin, the prison guards of Myriad's sifting prison were already drooling, completely dumbfounded. Only Shazwa and Mei Tang were still mentally strong enough to say a few words. Everyone, don't panic. Come one by one. All of you will have a chance. All of you will have a chance. At this moment, Xian Master Yi was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, but he forcefully resisted the urge to dance on the spot. Instead, he had a serious expression on his face as he continuously received the Tao Oath imprints flying towards him. At the same time, his hands continuously pulled at the small spatial box that was whistling towards him. While keeping them into his body, he released a strand of his divine sense to check the items in the small space box. Almost every time he checked, his eyelids would twitch a few times. A bunch of bastards who deserved to die with 1,000 knives. They all had good stuff. Previously, when he broke into the jailer's team, they cooperated with him to bring over those things. At that time, all of them felt extremely pained when they saw those things. Now that he saw their old cards, Yixin finally understood that those guys were all faking it. The resources that were used to support Yixin's infiltration into the enemy's rear were nothing. This was good. Now that Yixin was plundering them, he felt even more at ease. Although there were quite a few small spatial boxes, they all had the same aura as the Tao Oath imprints, so there wasn't any chaos. After an entire 2 hours, Yixin finally verified all of the Tao Oath imprints. As for the cultivation resources and various treasures in the 10,000+ small spatial boxes, he'd already verified them. Okay, it's done here. I've made everyone wait for a long time. All the cages, open for me. With a smile on his face, Yixin almost nodded and bowed to the 10,000 gods of wealth around him. With his last shout, the entire vast Myriad sifting prison suddenly resounded with a large number of crackling sounds. More than 10,000 cages, including a small number of cages that didn't contain anyone at all. All the pillars around them rose up and were absorbed into the folded space of Myriad sifting prison in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing. In an instant, in the entire Myriad sifting prison, there was not a single cage to be seen. This vast space had become a flat channel. Even Shazwa, Mei Tang, and the other prison guards had never seen such a scene before. For a moment, they were dumbfounded and stood there with their mouths wide open, a deep sense of confusion in their eyes. After a few moments of sluggishness, Shazwa and Mei Tang both came back to their senses and turned to Yixin with a bitter expression, pleading with him. Boss, if we don't keep anyone here, we prison guards, won't we lose our jobs? Yes, why don't we at least leave 180 of us here? Otherwise, it will be really difficult for us to get used to it in such a short time. Hearing this, the more than 10,000 experts of the Federation, who had just regained their freedom, immediately cast murderous glances at Shazwa and Mei Tang. These words were really too infuriating. They had already made a Tao Oath and handed over 70% of their precious cultivation resources and various treasures. They had just regained their freedom with great difficulty, but these two fellows actually wanted them to stay here for a while just to adjust their mentality and adapt to the new changes. If it weren't for the Tao Oath brand in Yixin's hand, many of these guys would have attacked immediately, wanting to kill Shazwa and Mei Tang on the spot. Look at you guys. Yixin immediately rolled his eyes and turned around with a look of disappointment on his face. He said regretfully, besides being prison guards, can't you have any other dreams? We'll talk about this later. I'll take you to find another life above. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Shazwa and Mei Tang. He smiled and cupped his hands at the 10,000 experts of the Federation who were glaring at him. He said loudly, "The deal is done. Then I won't see you off. I will now open the main passage to the bottom of the cabin. Everyone, line up and come one by one. Take care and don't fall." After that, Yixin raised his hand and waved. A wide passage 100 meters in diameter immediately appeared at the center of the cataclysm. Under a huge black membrane of light, the familiar stars of the domain of the graveyard could be vaguely seen. The 10,000 experts of the Federation immediately became excited. They had been imprisoned in the Black Mosquito Bastion for more than 10 years. They had never thought that they would be able to leave alive one day. These thoughts turned into emotions and surged into their hearts. The hatred they felt for Yi Xian inexplicably faded a lot. Although most of them still just snorted coldly, they immediately turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the huge membrane of light. But there were also many people who were open-minded. After this incident, their state of mind went through ups and downs, and there were even signs of a breakthrough. These people's hearts trembled, and they immediately felt like they had an epiphany. Many of them immediately raised their heads and laughed. Then, they cupped their hands at Yi Xian and said loudly, "Brother Yi, we'll meet again someday." Then, they jumped into the huge membrane of light and quickly disappeared. Chapter 2701. Another commotion. Outside the Black Mosquito Bastion, 10,000 Federation soldiers rushed out of the bastion's main cabin in 10 minutes. They appeared in the vast expanse of the domain of the fallen. It was an eye-catching sight. Coincidentally, there was a small squad of demon dwellers passing by in the distance. As a result, the 7 or 8 members of this small squad all hid behind a small planet at the first moment. This scene was quickly witnessed by them from the start to the end. Even more unfortunate was that this squad did not belong to the Black Mosquito Bastion. They were from one of the 9 other bastions. In the domain of the graveyard, although each of the 10 bastions was responsible for a domain, there was no clear dividing line. Therefore, it was quite common for the demon scouts from 2 or 3 neighboring bastions to accidentally wander into the domains of other bastions. This small squad of demon dwellers was in such a situation. The 7 or 8 of them had been muttering to themselves about why there were so few demonkin scouts in this part of the domain of the fallen. Over the last 4 or 5 days, they'd only run into a dozen or so. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, he would see such a shocking scene? Every bastion had a 10,000 catacombs, so the 7 or 8 of them immediately understood what was happening. There was no doubt that something had gone wrong with the Black Mosquito Bastion. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a mass release of prisoners from the 10,000 catacombs. We have to report this immediately. Perhaps we'll be rewarded for our efforts. That's right. Although we haven't finished our mining mission, this is an urgent matter. We have to go back now. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry back. Our bastion is still very far away from this part of the domain of the fallen. At our current speed, it'll take us at least 10 days to get there. We can't delay any longer. After some discussion, this small squad of demon scouts immediately turned around and ran back. Very soon, they disappeared into the vast void of stars in the distance, gradually moving further and further away. Skyriver Planet. Just as Yi Xian released the 10,000 Federation soldiers, Sky River Planet was once again in an uproar. When he'd released the green-bearded old man and the other old man who'd completed the first transaction, Yi Xian's Federation contribution points had only changed a little. But then, as he opened the more than 10,000 cages at the same time, all the Federation contribution points were in place at the same time. The result was that in the Federation Affairs Hall in all the administrative planets of the Myriad Federation, the Federation Contribution Points ranking list of the Federation Contribution Points ranking list of the Federation Contribution Points ranking list's data changed again. It was a huge change, far more terrifying than the one before. Human ranking, 1998. Yi Xian, Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number. The 13148080. Current Federation Contribution Points, 101876543. Before, Yi Xian had been ranked in the top 8,000. Federation Contribution Points. But now, he'd directly charged into the top 2,000 and was close to the Earth ranking. His Federation Contribution Points had suddenly increased by more than 70 million points. This was actually very normal. On average, the 10,000 Federation elites who'd been released had only increased his contribution points by 7,000. The key was that the base number was large. The average of 7,000 multiplied by 10,000 would directly increase his contribution points by 70 million. As a result, Yi Xian's Federation contribution points had exceeded the 100 million mark. If he'd been ranked in the top 900 or so, he would have been able to charge into the Earth ranking. But his strength was still at level 8 core state. And all of this had been accomplished in the short span of a day. Heavens! This guy is insane! Zhao Long gasped. After saying this, he was speechless for a long time. It's over, it's over. At least the higher-ups in the imperial capital will be alerted. Bai Jingjuan's face was ashen as he slumped in his chair, muttering to himself as if he'd lost his soul. What the F***CK? Space pirate He Luo Ying's vision turned black. She, a supreme existence in the middle stage of the black hole state, could not catch her breath and suffocated on the spot. Gasp! This guy is going to make a fortune. Master Su's eyes were shining as he swallowed hard. Luluo, in the name of the Shenyuan family, immediately request the Sky River Planet's government to use the Sky River Planet's superbrain to connect to the level 1-star network. Purplish Warbler clenched her right fist tightly. Her body was trembling because of excitement. Her eyes were burning like fire as she stared at Yi Xian's name on the big screen in the Sky River Planet Federation's Affairs Hall. However, she immediately passed the order to Luluo beside her. Tell them to apply for 2 consecutive connections. I want to contact the Imperial Capital Star directly and ask the Shenyuan family to send my team immediately. Every core prodigy of the family will have their own sequence team when they decide to compete for the sequence. Hearing this, Luluo's expression changed drastically. She exclaimed, "Miss, you haven't accumulated enough strength yet. If you want to compete for the Shenyuan family's sequence, you should at least wait until you reach the peak of level 9 black hole to have a chance of succeeding. Otherwise, if you fail, you won't have the chance to enter the Shenyuan family's core power of this generation. Every core prodigy of the family only has one chance to compete for the sequence. We can't be too reckless. There's no need to say more. I've already decided. I'll bet everything on Yi Xian." Shenyuan Ziying waved her hand without hesitation. "Go and do it. I believe he won't disappoint me. Although he is only at the 8th level of the core realm, and although I don't know how he did it, I know that in the history of the Myriad Luo Federation, there has never been anyone who could surpass him in this realm." Purplish Warbler paused. Her expression suddenly turned gloomy. She sighed and continued. "Although the previous situation was sensational, he's only in the top 8,000. Needless to say, this kind of talent can attract the attention of the Tianqian nation, but it's still not enough to attract the attention of the Imperial Capital Star. But it's different this time. He's already charged into the top 2,000 in an instant, far surpassing me. He'll be able to enter the Earth ranking in less than 1,000. You have to know that any existence on the Earth ranking is an honored guest even in the 3 great imperial capitals. This time, Yi Xian is destined to be targeted by the major families of the 3 imperial capitals. A person like him is destined to enter the Earth role. Before he enters the Earth role, the price to pay to win him over is even lower. This is something that the old guys in the 3 imperial capitals understand better than I do. Therefore, it's not up to me to decide whether to choose Yi Xian. It's up to him to decide whether to choose me. This is such a simple logic, yet you still don't understand it? I understand it a long time ago. Chapter 2702. A severe warning. After dealing with the matters of the myriad cataclysm at the bottom level, Yi Xian did not linger on the first level. He immediately led Shazua, Meitang, and nearly 100 other wardens back to the second level, where the demon's cavern resided. Then, he handed the group of wardens over to Barker, asking him to arrange for a large amount of cultivation resources and urge them to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Out of caution, Yi Xian secretly told Barker to be a little more careful in case they made any strange moves. After all, they were not demon slaves, so it was always better to be more careful. However, Yi Xian also specifically told Barker to keep this matter to himself and not spread it out, in case they were not disloyal. If they really showed suspicion, they might be disloyal. This was not Yi Xian being suspicious. After all, they were demons and belonged to the enemy camp, so he had to do this. After doing all this, Yi Xian, Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Old Man Lu returned to the 4th level of the Black Mosquito Bastion. At present, the luxurious hall on the right side of the core area of the 4th level had become Yi Xian's territory. Even Nabashan and Li Mosquito could only find a place to stay on the periphery of the 4th level. Stinking brat! You really took over the entire Black Mosquito Bastion? After Li Mosquito and Nabashan left, Old Man Lu approached him with a mysterious expression. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Let's not talk about anything else. Tell me, how did you subdue those 2 Black Hole Realm cultivators? I think they were very obedient. There's something mysterious about this. If I say that it's because I'm such a good person that I influenced them, would you believe me? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and laughed. TSK, you might as well say that you're the illegitimate son of DE of the Tianji clan. That's more believable. Old Man Lu was immediately stunned. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Yi Xian with a face full of disdain. He seemed to be muttering something about burning bridges after crossing the river, and people's hearts were not what they used to be. You old man, I haven't made you swear an oath yet. Are you trying to remind me? Also, everyone else has left, so why are you still here? Are you not leaving because you want to eat and drink for free? Yi Xian laughed inwardly, but his face darkened. Perhaps you've been influenced by my good character and want to stay on the Black Mosquito Bastion as a free laborer. I can do that, but I have to say that. At most, don't be so narcissistic. If I hadn't taken a fancy to this bastion's ubiquitous dimensional folding matrix and wanted to study it, I wouldn't have kept any of the resources you'd give me. Of space folding bastion. Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. That's easy to say. I'll lend the Black Mosquito to you for research. However, after you have the results, you must help me imprint a spatial folding formation on a small private battleship. At that time, the outer appearance will be a small private battleship, but the space inside will be the same as a space fortress. Eh? You're a smart kid. I just gave you a hint, and you're already thinking of the same thing as me. Old Man Lu had a strange expression on his face, but he didn't refute this point. Space folding technology is the Tianji clan's newest achievement in space technology. It only appeared in the last few hundred years. Our Wan Luo Federation captured a bastion that used this technology in a small battle more than 200 years ago. Unfortunately, after 200 years of research, the Wan Luo Federation's various bastions have begun to use space folding technology on a small scale, but it's still not mature enough. As for using it on small private battleships, that's even more impossible. But this idea is clearly a very promising research direction. This old man is most interested in pioneering this kind of technology. As long as I can make a breakthrough in my research, space folding technology will gradually become more common. Many of the Federation's experts will have small private battleships that use space folding technology. That would be a very virtuous thing to do. Old Man Lu rose to his feet as he spoke and extended a hand in front of Yi Xian. If you want to study space folding technology on the Black Mosquito Bastion, you'll have to travel to every part of this bastion. I don't have the authority to use those portals. Do you understand what I mean, kid? Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders and immediately sent a spiritual imprint into Old Man Lu's palm. This is the spiritual imprint of the Devil Cultivator. If you are a Devil Cultivator, you can continue to exist, but this is obviously impossible. Therefore, in at most 3 months, you will be exhausted. At that time, you can come find me again. With this spiritual imprint, you can open all the spatial doors. That's good. I'll get to work first. Old Man Lu turned and left. At the same time, he reminded Yi Xian, Kid, you've just obtained a huge amount of cultivation resources and all kinds of treasures. It's very likely that there are some legendary, epic, and even supreme treasures among them. But I advise you not to rush to the selection. Be careful not to be dazzled and blinded. Although you're in control of the Black Mosquito Bastion now, your cultivation base is still too weak. Although you can use the Li Mosquito Bastion and Mount Naibua, they're still external forces. Don't rely too much on them. Besides, just because they're under your control now doesn't mean that they'll always be under your control. There's no such thing as a sure-kill situation for the experts in the Black Hole realm. Don't be careless and suffer a big setback. After he finished speaking, Old Man Lu's figure disappeared and left the hall. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. After a long time, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply in the direction where Old Man Lu's figure had disappeared. Thank you for your warning, Senior. These words were indeed tantamount to a wake-up call for Yi Xian. Previously, he had subconsciously thought that all the demon slaves would never have a chance to turn the tables after they were controlled by his slave seal. But now that he thought about it, this was obviously not the case. It should be noted that the demon race's demon core in the female Black Mosquito Bastion's brain had a spiritual restriction placed on it by a demon race commander. The female Black Mosquito Bastion had also said that once its cultivation base increased from the Black Hole Realm Level 6 to the Black Hole Realm Level 7, the female Black Mosquito Bastion would be able to refine it instantly. Since that was the case, the effect was actually the same. It was just that the slave seal was more overbearing and thorough. Why couldn't it be refined? Once the female Black Mosquito Bastion or Mount Naibo Bastion's cultivation base had another breakthrough, surpassing the Black Hole Realm and entering the 9th realm of the Starry Sky Realm, would the Level 9 slave seal still be able to enslave them? Or was it that, at that time, he would have to plant another Level 10 slave seal? This kind of thing could obviously be spread to all the other demon slaves. Did that mean that once all the demon slaves broke through a realm, the slave seal in their bodies would have to be upgraded? Chapter 2703. Return to Sky River Planet. Yi Xian was already on his guard regarding the upgrade of the slave seal, but there was no need to worry about it for the time being. After all, even Li Mosquito, who had entered late Black Hole Realm, was only at Black Hole 7th Order. It was still too early for her to enter the next realm. However, there were likely to be some who had already reached 8th Order or even 9th Order among the large number of low-level slaves below. Due to their low realms, the speed at which they improved was not slow given the availability of large amounts of cultivation resources. Therefore, it did not take long for them to break through to the next realm. He had to be on his guard. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Barker to create a roster for all the demon slaves in the Black Mosquito Battlestar. They were divided according to their cultivation levels, especially those who had reached the late stage of a certain realm. Pay close attention to them, and once they reached the 9th step, they would immediately give a small roster to Yi Xian. In this way, Yi Xian would be able to prepare a higher-level slave seal in advance. After this was done, he was completely relieved. He did not carefully examine the 10,000 small boxes. After all, the treasure was already in his hands and would not fly away. He could look at it again when he had the time. As far as he was concerned, the most important thing right now was to increase his strength again. That way, he would be able to reach the 9th level of the core realm, which was the great circle of the core realm. One more step and he would be able to enter the 2nd great circle of the meteor realm. Previously, Yi Xian had been rapidly increasing his realms. By the time he reached 7th Order core realm, there was already a hidden danger of instability. Later, in order to compete for the position of Warden Commander in the first layer of the Cataclysm, he had forcibly increased his realms to 8th Order core realm. Originally, he had not planned to increase his realms again in the short term. However, now that he had succeeded in taking over the Black Mosquito Bastion and continuously surging in the Federation's contribution points ranking, Yi Xian's mental state had been tempered. Therefore, the hidden danger of his realms rising too quickly had been mitigated by the improvement of his mental state. In other words, even if he were to break through to the complete Grade 9-star core state, there would be no hidden dangers of instability in his realm. But that was all. If he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to charge into the first level of the meteor realm in one go, then it was obviously not too appropriate. After all, it was a leap of a large realm. Not to mention anything else, he still had to make more preparations for perfection of his mental state. After considering all of this, Yi Xian decided to first raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th step of the Star Core realm in one go before doing anything else. After achieving this, his plan was to immediately make another trip to the Heavenly River Star. As for the purpose, of course, it was to use 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for a bottle of level 9 gene cultivation fluid at the Sky River Star's Federation Affairs Hall. Of course, if there was more than one bottle in stock, Yi Xian would not mind exchanging for a few more. After all, His Federation contribution points had already passed the 100 million mark. It would be a waste not to use them. Keeping them was just a number, and it was all for the sake of gratification. Naturally, a treasure like level 9 gene cultivation fluid would not be stored in the treasury of a small administrative planet like the Heavenly River Star. However, through the planet's supercomputer, information on the exchange could be sent up level by level. According to Yi Xian's calculations, the level 9 gene cultivation fluid should be stored in the treasury of the Everlasting Dynasty's capital, the Undying Planet. However, as soon as someone paid 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for the fluid, the higher-ups would immediately activate the transmission array and send the exchanged item over. Of course, ordinary items would not be able to enjoy this service. After all, the cost of transporting items from the Undying Planet to the Heavenly River Star was huge. However, a treasure of this level was meant to demonstrate efficiency and the reliability of the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution point exchange system. Therefore, even if the cost of the transmission process was huge, considering the invisible publicity effect and the effect of disturbing people's hearts, the treasury of the Imperial Capital Star would definitely spare no effort. In other words, as long as Yi Xian went to the Heavenly River Star and applied for the exchange, he would definitely be able to obtain the level 9 gene cultivation fluid he had been dreaming of for a day at most. As long as he could achieve this, it would be enough for Yi Xian. As for the consequences of his identity being exposed and being watched by a large number of powerhouses on the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian did not care at all. He had the confidence to do so. Of course, there would definitely be a large number of malicious gazes on the Heavenly River Star. Right now, they were all vigilantly scanning the area. Bai Zhengjun, Zhao Long, even the space pirate He Luoying. However, even if Yi Xian entered the Heavenly River Star openly, these black hole realm powerhouses would definitely not dare to make a move on Yi Xian openly. Yi Xian had now become a legend. He was in the top 2,000 of the ranking list of young masters. More than that, he represented a status and value that the entire Myriad Luo Federation put on the table. If these guys dared to make a move on Yi Xian openly, Yi Xian was confident that all the powerhouses of the Federation on the Heavenly River Star would gang up on them. The power of role models and idols was sometimes limitless. Yi Xian was not the only one who understood this. These guys were even more so. Therefore, even if they wanted to make a move, they could only do so after Yi Xian had left the Heavenly River Star. Once Yi Xian was out of the Heavenly River Star and no longer under the protection of the Heavenly River Star's array, he would have nothing to fear with his Black Mosquito Bastion. It was important to remember that the bastions of the Demonkin or Tianji clan were different from those of the Myriad Luo Federation. The Myriad Luo Federation's bastions could not be absorbed into one's body. Although they used space-folding technology, it was not fully developed. The 10 vanguard bastions of the Demonkin, on the other hand, were fully developed with space-folding technology. Even the weak Yi Xian could absorb the Black Mosquito Bastion and its crew into his body after refining the superbrain that served as the ship's AI. No one else knew about this. When the time came, Yi Xian would return to the Heavenly River Star alone. Of course, this was only on the surface. Once he left Sky River Planet, if he encountered any obstacles, he could throw out an advanced space fortress if necessary. Inside this space fortress, there were 2 black hole realm powerhouses, and one of them was even at the advanced stage of the black hole realm. With these thoughts running through his mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but look forward to his return to the Heavenly River Star. Chapter 2704. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin 9th Level Perfection. Ding. Discovered Star Core Origin. Do you want to start absorbing energy? As Yi Xian threw a large amount of Star Core Origin to the devouring system, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Was he finally about to reach the 9th level perfection? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian could not help but become excited and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Soon, the devouring system activated the bloodline talent of Yi Xian's star-devouring beast and rapidly began to absorb the essence of the Star Core Origin, continuously pouring it into Yi Xian's body and slowly expanding his meridians. Gradually, it turned into a torrent and rushed toward the bottleneck of the 9th level of the Insightful Emptiness technique. Throughout the entire process, Yi Xian's eyes were tightly shut. His consciousness was wrapped around his body, and it was as if he'd arrived at a vast and boundless galaxy. His surroundings were empty and distant, and he emitted an ancient aura that shot straight to his soul. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the void, attracting Yi Xian's consciousness. The scene changed. A gigantic claw that was as vast as the sky stretched out from the endless darkness. With a casual swipe, the void collapsed and an entire region of stars collapsed. Then, from the endless darkness, a round and flat head stretched out, its eyes surrounded by endless chaotic mist, making it impossible to see the light in its eyes. This was an enormous tortoise, and a single pattern on its body was the size of a galaxy. It crawled out from the darkness, and the oppressive aura it emanated enveloped the entire universe, causing space to tremble. It seemed to be unable to endure its oppressive aura and was about to collapse. Huff! Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and heard the sound of his rapid breathing. Only then did he realize that he was sweating profusely. The giant tortoise he saw during cultivation had scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. A small shell pattern on its shell was as large as an entire galaxy. A casual swipe of its forelimbs could destroy the endless void of an entire galaxy. Could such a terrifying giant tortoise really exist in the real world? What was the relationship between it and the Dongshu chapter that he cultivated? This wasn't the first time that Yi Xian had seen this giant tortoise. Although he couldn't see the tortoise roaming in the boundless galaxy every time he cultivated, he had to immerse himself in it. Under the influence of some kind of aura, it could only be realized. However, he had seen it once when he first cultivated the incomplete Dongshu scripture. This time, the aura the giant tortoise gave him was even more terrifying. It was no wonder that the devouring system had identified an incomplete cultivation method as a supreme treasure of the starry sky level. Yi Xian could not imagine how terrifying the level of the complete Dongshu cultivation method would be. Thinking back to the ancient aura he felt just now, two words suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Primordial desolation. Apart from the legendary desolate era, where else could such an ancient aura be found? In addition, a gigantic tortoise that was as large as the starry sky would probably only appear in that fascinating prehistoric era. Could it be that the incomplete Dongshu chapter that he cultivated originated from the desolate era? This thought frightened Yi Xian, but at the same time it also made his heart beat faster. However, it was obvious that he couldn't get the answer. Just as Yi Xian was lost in thought, the system's notification quietly sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm: 9th level core realm. 9th level? Perfect core realm? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he was pleasantly surprised. He quickly checked the situation within his body and found that his strength had increased by several times. The true qi of the starry sky, which far surpassed the true qi of the immortal god, was as vast as a river, giving him an inexplicable sense of confidence. It's time to go back to the Sky River planet. I must get the 9th level gene cultivation fluid. I can't delay any longer. After finishing his cultivation, Yi Xian pondered for a while and decided what to do next. With a flip of his hand, he took out the star essence crystal box that contained the fragment of the immortal grade star superbrain. Yi Xian spread out his divine sense and penetrated the box to sense it, but he couldn't find the slightest trace of life. Although the fragment of this immortal-level superbrain hadn't completely withered away, as if it was undergoing nirvana, the few tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid that Yi Xian had poured into the star marrow crystal box were clearly not enough to awaken its activity. His only chance was the 9th level gene cultivation fluid. After making up his mind, Yi Xian immediately stood up and put the star essence crystal box into his undying world again. It was also at this time that Barker walked into the core hall of the 4th floor of the Black Mosquito mothership with 2 small booklets in his hands. After standing still, he extended his hand and handed them over to Yi Xian. Master, all of the demon slaves have been recorded, and their cultivation levels are recorded in detail. The other booklet is for the demon slaves that have reached the 9th step in each realm, a total of 38 of them. These 2 booklets are copies. I still have the original with me. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian was once again impressed by Barker's attention to detail. He then flipped open the booklet containing the names of the demon slaves who were at the 9th level Great Perfection. These 38 demon slaves were basically at the satellite and planet realms, which were the 3rd and 4th level Great Perfection. If Yi Xian wanted to ensure absolute control over them, he only needed to refine 38 4th and 5th level Great Perfection slave seals. It wouldn't be too troublesome. This matter had to be dealt with before they left for Sky River Planet. Otherwise, if they were ambushed after leaving Sky River Planet, it would be really depressing if their own backyard caught fire in the middle of a battle. Although the 38 demon slaves weren't enough to overturn the heavens, they were still a hidden danger. After spending half a day, Yi Xian finished refining the required 38 4th and 5th level Great Perfection slave seals. He then spread out his psychic power and investigated the 3rd Division's elite living quarters. In the end, Yi Xian locked onto a demon slave called Wen9. This guy's cultivation level wasn't low. He had reached the 9th level Great Perfection of the planet realm. Since it was a break, Wen9 wasn't on duty in the 3rd floor's engine room. Instead, he was cultivating in a villa in the living quarters. Ever since Yi Xian had taken control of the Black Mosquito mothership, the demon slaves under his command were no longer divided according to their cultivation level. They were divided according to their positions. This guy called Wen9 wasn't in charge of the 3rd floor's engine room, so even if it was a cave, he could only share rooms with others. Considering that Wen9's strength was far greater than his own, Yi Xian called Li Mosquito to accompany him. The two of them quietly entered Wen9's villa. Chapter 2705. The little ancestor is here. The result was no surprise. 2 hours later, Wen9 broke through and regained his consciousness. He even seemed to retain memories of his time as Yi Xian's slave. He was a devious one, and had planned to sneak into the engine area and use the Black Mosquito's communication system to send a message to the other 9 bastions. Of course, he couldn't do that. Even if he did go to the engine area and take control of the communication system, he wouldn't be able to send out a signal without Yi Xian's approval. Because the superbrain, which was the main control center of the Black Mosquito Bastion, had been refined by Yi Xian, these little Ming Tang couldn't escape his senses and control. Yi Xian had Li Mosquito act and take control of Wen9, then planted a 5th-ranked slave seal in him. Everything returned to normal after that. But Yi Xian wasn't in a good mood. Although Wen9's actions confirmed Yi Xian's suspicions, they weren't good news to begin with. He was going to be busy in the days to come. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the time to figure out how to get rid of this problem. There were too many things to do, and he could only put them aside for the time being and deal with them later. He quickly planted the other 37 4th and 5th-ranked slave seals. For the time being, there wouldn't be any more problems. Barker would also keep a close eye on him. Once he discovered an 8th-ranked slave breaking through to the 9th level, he would report it to Yi Xian. For the time being, this was the only way to deal with it. After settling this matter, Yi Xian gathered Mount Naibua, Li Mosquito, Barker, and the other trusted aides. After giving them such instructions, he left the Black Mosquito Star Fortress and appeared in the void of the Graveyard Star region outside the Star Fortress. It had been more than a month since he'd been captured in the Black Mosquito Bastion. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh at his sudden return. He looked up and saw the Black Death Star. Black Mosquito Bastion hovered behind it, at the edge of the domain's core. It was said that there were a few natural wormholes that were famous in several universes. Through those natural wormholes, one could go to the first universe, the second universe where a large number of races of the Federation lived, and even the vast and boundless nameless star region. Of course, if it was the latter, they would not be able to return. In the first universe and the second universe, natural wormholes had been discovered that were connected to this place. Perhaps there were some in the nameless starfield as well, but they had yet to be discovered. With a thought, Yi Xian raised his hand and stored the Black Mosquito into his body. From the outside, a big fellow with a diameter of 10,000 meters was indeed frightening. However, because the entire Black Mosquito had been refined into a magic treasure by Yi Xian, he could control it as he wished. What's more, it used a lot of mature space-folding technology. Even with Yi Xian's current strength, he could store a large number of demons in the Black Mosquito Bastion with no problem. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't want to take the Black Mosquito Bastion directly to Sky River. If he did, He'd only need to use a very expensive short-distance warp to save a lot of time. After all, they were at the edge of the domain's core. Even with the Purple Star Shuttle speed, it would take at least 7 or 8 days. However, in that case it would be tantamount to exposing everything that Yi Xian had done. Although the Black Mosquito Star Fortress was built by the Tianji clan based on the human race's star fortress, all of the human race's star fortresses had serial numbers. No one in the domain of the graveyard would pay attention to them. If they went near the Sky River planet, the supercomputer in the Sky River planet would scan them, and they would be exposed. So he could only take it with him. As for when they were ambushed, there was nothing he could do. It was different from his current situation. In fact, other than the Black Mosquito Bastion, he didn't even dare take the Lido Mosquito or Mount Naibo with him. These two guys had the same appearance as humans, but it was absolutely impossible for them to enter the interior of Sky River Star. They could not pass the identity scan of Sky River Star's star defense array. It was true that the demons couldn't distinguish them with their naked eyes and divine sense, but the superbrain of the administrative planet had the ability to do so. It was also for this reason that the Demunkin's 10 bastions were only active in the core region of the domain of the Fallen. They wouldn't go near the edge of the domain of the Milky Way. If they were captured and brought back to the Milky Way star system, they would be exposed. After summoning the Purple Star Shuttle, Yi Xian hurried along the way. It took him a full 6 days to finally see the Heavenly River Star in front of him. Today, the Heavenly River planet didn't look any different from usual. The only difference was that there seemed to be more Federation powerhouses coming in and out. After all, the commotion caused by the interstellar mercenary brother Yi, whose serial number ended with 8080, 6 days ago, was quite effective in stirring up people's hearts. Over the past few days, countless denizens of the Federation had come from far away. After replenishing their supplies on Sky River, they couldn't wait to enter the domain of the domain. In their opinion, if an interstellar mercenary with a cultivation base of only star core state level 8 could achieve such a feat, what was impossible for them if their luck was slightly better? Yi Xian silently passed through a passage in the star defense array outside the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere and entered the interior of the Heavenly River planet. He then headed straight for the huge platform that was suspended above the sea. That was where the Sky River Federation's business hall was located. In fact, a few days ago, Bai Zhengjun had already issued an order to Heavenly River Planet's superbrain. Once Yi Xian returned, he would be notified immediately. The entire administrative planet was under the control of the supercomputer, so it didn't take much effort to do this. As the Sky River Planet's manager, Bai Zhengjun had a certain level of authority in front of the supercomputer. In fact, he had the highest authority in the entire Sky River planet. Even Xiaolong couldn't get in touch with the supercomputer. Even so, his authority was limited. At the very least, he couldn't order the supercomputer to activate the domain's defensive array and attack Yi Xian. The people on the heaven, earth, and human roles all had extraordinary status. Once Bai Zhengjun issued such an order, it would be rejected immediately. In fact, the reason why he ordered the supercomputer to monitor Yi Xian's return and send him a message as soon as he arrived on Sky River Planet was not like last time. He didn't want to attack Yi Xian. At this moment, Bai Zhengjun was in his own residence. He immediately received a notification from the Sky River Star Space supercomputer. Chapter 2706. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. 10,000 people turn out. Bai Zhengjun was not the only one keeping an eye on Yi Xian. For example, Xiaolong, He Luoying, and the Purplish Warbler Master and Servant were all in the same group. Xiaolong had no way of contacting Yi Xian's superbrain, but he had subordinates who had seen Yi Xian in person. Therefore, 6 days ago, Xiaolong sent out several people, each with a close-up image of Yi Xian, to guard the entrances of Sky River Star's great defensive formation. They closely watched everyone who entered Sky River Star. One of them was Lucky. The passageway he was guarding was the one that Yi Xian had entered. Overjoyed, this guy immediately notified Xiaolong. He was immediately praised so much that he was about to fly into the sky. He Luoying and the Purplish Warbler Master and Servant were even more direct. She then found out that Yi Xian needed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Although she did not know why Yi Xian, who was only in the first realm of cultivation, needed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid that was only used to enter the 9th realm. But there was one thing she could vaguely guess. The reason Yi Xian had obtained so many Federation contribution points in such a short time was because he wanted to exchange them for the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Because Shen Yuan had told Yi Xian that there was a small amount of level 9 gene cultivation fluid in the exchange vault of the Everlasting Dynasty's Federation. Although she did not know how Yi Xian had done all this, she was sure of one thing. Once Yi Xian could leave, he would definitely return to Sky River Star to exchange for it. Of course, he could go to other administrative planets, but Sky River Star was the closest. If he relied on a small personal warship to go to other administrative planets, it would take at least 10 years. Therefore, Shen Yuan stayed in the Federation Hall of Sky River Star. He didn't even bother to visit Master Su, who was dealing with the small black hole in the nearby star field. Of course, another reason why she had stayed on the Sky River Star instead of searching for Yi Xian in the domain of the buried meteorites was that she was waiting for the Shen Yuan family on the capital star to send her a battle team to compete with her. As for the Purplish Warbler's request to officially start the family sequence competition, the Shen Yuan family initially refused and suggested that she should only apply after she had reached the black hole realm. However, the Purplish Warbler insisted and said that she was an old acquaintance of Yi Xian. The Shen Yuan family immediately agreed. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xian's name was well known even on the capital star. As for He Luoying, he had the same idea as the Purplish Warbler. Although he didn't know that Yi Xian was in urgent need of level 9 gene cultivation fluid, he at least knew that anyone who suddenly had hundreds of millions of Federation contribution points would definitely go to the nearest administrative planet Federation Hall to exchange for them as soon as they had the time. After all, the Federation contribution points were only useful for getting on the heaven, earth, and human lists. They were just a bunch of numbers for fun. It was better to exchange them for a large amount of cultivation resources from the Federation. Therefore, He Luoying had been guarding the Federation Hall of Sky River Star. He wasn't like Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, who didn't dare to attack anyone on the heaven, earth, and human lists. He was originally a space pirate, so what was there to be afraid of? As long as the benefits were enough, it wasn't impossible for him to betray the Wan Luo Federation. Although not all space pirates were like this, He Luoying was undoubtedly one of them with no bottom line. Yi Xian had been to the Federation Hall of Sky River Star twice before, so he was very familiar with this place. After landing on this huge platform, Yi Xian didn't go to any other areas this time. In fact, the treasures he prepared to exchange for this time were only level 9 gene cultivation fluids. He didn't want to exchange for anything else. He didn't even plan to participate in the auction. Why? Because there were still more than 10,000 small boxes piled up in his undying world. To be able to be recognized as valuable by the demon cultivator scouts of the Tianji clan, and only be able to capture and imprison them instead of directly killing them, they were obviously not ordinary people. Each of them took out 70% of their cultivation resources and various treasures. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, he would probably be able to find anything he needed from the 10,000 plus small spatial boxes. Of course, the devouring origin was an exception. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't need to exchange for anything else. He believed that something like the Federation contribution points would be of great use in the future. The Wan Luo Federation wouldn't just take out ordinary treasures to reward him. Perhaps after entering the Earth leaderboard, he would be able to see more treasures available for exchange with his authority. With this in mind, Yi Xian didn't plan to waste his Federation contribution points on ordinary treasures and resources. Apart from exchanging for level 9 gene cultivation fluids, he would save everything else. He headed straight for the Federation Hall of Sky River Star's contribution points exchange area. There were a total of 10 windows in the contribution points exchange area, and there were quite a lot of people. It was also because of this that He Luoying and the Purplish Warbler didn't notice Yi Xian immediately. After all, he had been deliberately keeping a low profile. However, when the line reached Yi Xian, he requested to exchange for level 9 gene cultivation fluids from the beautiful AI robot at the window. After his identity was scanned, Yi Xian's request was displayed on the big screen on the main wall of the Hall of Sky River Star. For a moment, the entire Hall of Sky River Star was in an uproar. Huh? Someone actually wants to exchange for level 9 gene cultivation fluids? What kind of god was this? 10 million points per tube, okay? Is this a joke? It must be a joke. This is something that powerhouses who have reached Black Hole Realm level 9 and want to advance to a higher realm need. Who would have? Oh my god. It's 8,080. 80. Can't be, right? My idol has descended? No wonder. Apart from him, who else would be so generous as to exchange for 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluids? The Wan Luo Federation's official contribution points exchange area, Ku Chen stock, is going to be swept clean by him alone. His Federation contribution points are over 100 million, and he earned that in just a few days. If you have that much, you dare to exchange for 10 tubes, let alone 3. Move away. Don't block my view. This is my idol. I want to see the voice and smile of the great man up close. As the news of the appearance of Yi Xian's real body spread out, the entire office of the Heavenly River Star Federation immediately emptied out. The other offices were all empty. Everyone was crowding toward the office, so much so that the purplish warbler and his servant could not move forward. Black Luoying, on the other hand, retreated as far away as possible. With coldness in her eyes, she locked onto Yi Xian with her telepathic thoughts. Chapter 2707. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The ultimate trial by Jingjuan's purpose in coming here this time was to resolve the grudge between them. After all, Yi Xian was about to enter the Earth role. Even if he couldn't, he was ranked in the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution scoreboard. His precious son, who held an important position in the capital, Tianshan planet, couldn't compare to him. Therefore, Bai Zhengjun really planned to let go of the grudge between them. He only hoped that Yi Xian wouldn't be so calculative. Therefore, when he hurried over, he almost put down his status as a star manager and spoke in an obvious tone of flattery. Of course, from Bai Zhengjun's point of view, it wasn't shameful to curry favor with a human prodigy who was ranked in the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution scoreboard. In fact, the other Federation powerhouses also thought the same. They were even more eager than Bai Zhengjun. At this moment, as Bai Zhengjun's voice rang out, a large number of valiant guards, who looked like law enforcement officers on Earth, descended from the sky. They pushed and shoved, and very soon they cleared a space around Yi Xian. The Federation powerhouses, who were pushed to the side, didn't dare to say anything. Their faces were full of helplessness. As the star manager of the Tianhe planet, although Bai Zhengjun didn't have military power, he still had an official armed force in charge of administration. These guards were almost all the private soldiers of the Bai family. On the Tianhe planet, they were definitely an existence that no one dared to provoke. Even the purplish warbler was blocked out of the crowd. Although she was a Black Hole Realm powerhouse, she didn't dare to confront Bai Zhengjun directly because she was inside the Tianhe planet and was afraid of the threat of the Star Defense Array. Besides, there was no need for that. She and Yi Xian were old friends. When she found an opportunity later, she could just wave her hand and say a few words to him. Chief Bai Xingzhang, you're clearly up to no good. Just as the large number of official guards of the Heavenly River planet had cleared out an empty space in the Federation Exchange Hall, revealing Yi Xian's lonely figure standing there. Bai Zhengjun was about to descend and greet him when an extremely abrupt and unfriendly voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Long's face was full of sarcasm. Behind him was a group of personal guards. They were striding forward. Before they arrived, their voices could be heard again. I heard that after Brother Yi left the auction last time, not long after he left the Sky River Star, he encountered several planet-level battleships that wanted to rob him. Moreover, all of them were engraved with concealment arrays. In the Sky River Star field, who can have such a few advanced large-scale battleships? I think everyone knows in their hearts, right? As soon as they heard this, a large number of Federation powerhouses around suddenly had strange expressions on their faces. Some of the more timid ones even lowered their heads, fearing that they had heard something they shouldn't have and would be killed as soon as they left this place. Bai Zhengjun's face instantly darkened. He turned his head and glanced at Zhao Long, who was striding forward. He gritted his teeth, but for a moment he was speechless. It was not easy to adjust his state of mind and resolve the grudge between him and Yi Xian in a warm and unrestrained manner. Unexpectedly, Before he could even open his mouth, Zhao Long had ruined the situation. The words just now had undoubtedly aroused old hatred in Yi Xian's heart. If he stepped forward now and spoke up, the effect would most likely be the opposite of what he had hoped for. Thinking of this, Bai Zhengjun hated Zhao Long so much that he almost hated him to death. "Brother Yi, come. Let me introduce myself. This humble one is Zhao Long, the Supreme Commander of the Heavenly River Star Federation garrison." Seeing Bai Zhengjun standing to one side with a dark expression, deep in thought, Zhao Long laughed inwardly. However, his feet did not stop moving. He quickly walked over to Yi Xian, his face full of joy. "Ayaya, Brother Yi, I actually heard some news about what happened last time. Later on, I led a fleet and rushed over. But who would have thought that we would end up empty-handed? I was still grieving these past few days. But when I saw Brother Yi soar into the sky and enter the young ranking list, I finally felt at ease." He spoke as if Yi Xian was his biological father. Just the slightest bit of danger made him lose his appetite for food and drink. Yi Xian almost vomited from hearing this. Just as Yi Xian was feeling conflicted and did not know how to feign civility with Zhao Long, the beautiful female AI robot at the window beside him unexpectedly spoke up. She actually indicated that the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid that Yi Xian had exchanged for had been delivered. This news shocked even Yi Xian. Beside him, Zhao Long and Bai Zhengjun, who were not far away, felt their eyelids twitch when they heard this. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid was definitely a top-grade item stored in the Immortal Star Federation exchange warehouse of the Immortal Star Dynasty's imperial capital. After all, in the entire Immortal Star Dynasty, the only person who could concoct the level 9 gene cultivation fluid was only a wealthy clan on an immortal star. This kind of item was a hot commodity in the 3 imperial capitals. It was impossible for it to be stored in the Immortal Star Federation exchange warehouse of the imperial capital Heavenly Underworld Star. Therefore, under normal circumstances, when someone from one of the lower administrative planets took out 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for this item, the normal procedure would be to first go from the imperial capital Immortal Star to the imperial capital Heavenly Underworld Star, then from the imperial capital Heavenly Underworld Star to the imperial capital Heavenly Dust Star. Finally, from the imperial capital Heavenly Dust Star to the imperial capital Heavenly River Star, the imperial capital Heavenly River Star, and finally from the imperial capital Heavenly River Star to the imperial capital Heavenly River Star. They would have to transfer 3 times in between. Even if they used a Starry Sky-grade long-distance teleportation array, it would still take about a day or so. But now, from the time Yi Xian made the exchange request to the time when the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid were delivered to the Heavenly River Star, less than an hour had passed. What did this mean? This meant that the exchange item did not have to go through a transfer between the imperial capital and the imperial capital. It was directly sent from the imperial capital Immortal Star. Although this situation was not impossible, the imperial capital Immortal Star was located in the central district of the Third Universe. It was immeasurably far away from the Heavenly River Star, which was located at the edge of the Third Universe. The amount of energy used to send an item directly from the imperial capital Immortal Star to the Heavenly River Star was much greater than the transfer between the various levels. It was just a Federation expert exchanging for 3 vials of gene cultivation fluid. There was obviously something fishy going on here. While they were stunned, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long subconsciously turned to look at each other. They exchanged a look. Suddenly, a thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Their eyes revealed a hint of shock. The ultimate trial. Ultimate, the meaning of extremity. Legend had it that among the descendants of the imperial family on the imperial capital Immortal Star, there was such an ultimate trial. Once the descendants of the imperial family who applied for the ultimate trial succeeded, they would have a great advantage in the competition for the succession of the imperial dynasty in the future. The ultimate trial would add a lot of points to them. The so-called ultimate trial pursued a kind of ultimate exploration of one's ability. The descendants of the royal family who were participating in the ultimate trial couldn't have any Dao protectors by their side. They had to rely on themselves to fight for everything. Although no one knew what was considered a success in the ultimate trial, there was one thing that everyone knew. Chapter 2708. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The real Prince No Wonder Yi Xian had been temporarily registered as a citizen of the Federation on the Sky River planet. Before that, it was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Even the interstellar mercenaries had registered on the Sky River planet. This guy was clearly a prince who was in the middle of an ultimate level trial. This was the only way to explain all the shocking things he had done before and after. Even though he had obtained a young astral devourer, not every dead star in the graveyard star field contained a large amount of astral core origin. This had been proven countless times. If that was the case, how could he have obtained such a large amount of astral core origin in such a short time? It was obvious that he had obtained it from the immortal planet of the Imperial capital. Furthermore, he had obtained more than 100 million Federation contribution points in just 6 days. This had never happened before. Either the Imperial family had obtained a large amount of contribution points through some special secret method, or someone in the Imperial capital had tampered with the immortal-grade astral superbrain in the Imperial capital to achieve this. In short, he was a prince who had come to the Imperial capital to gain experience. Even his cultivation level had been deliberately suppressed to the astral core state. His real cultivation level had probably reached the black hole state level 9. Otherwise, why would he need the level 9 gene cultivation fluid? The gene cultivation fluid had only 2 uses. One was to provide energy for the astral superbrain. A level 9 item was specifically used by the immortal-grade astral superbrain. In the entire immortal dynasty, there was only one such item on the immortal planet of the Imperial capital. Therefore, this use could be completely ruled out. The other use was for cultivators in the science and technology faction. After reaching the 9th level, they would need to be injected with a higher-level gene cultivation fluid in order to break through to the next level. After that, they would need to absorb the astral core origin's energy until they reached the 9th level. Only then would they need to be injected with a higher-level gene cultivation fluid. Of course, one injection might not necessarily help them break through to the next level. That was why they had exchanged for 3 tubes. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long felt their legs go weak. They had an urge to prostrate themselves on the ground immediately. Given their status, when facing the princes of the Imperial capital, they would only be slightly more respectful in tone and manner. However, if they were facing the princes of the Imperial capital, they would have to kneel. Moreover, they weren't forced to kneel. They were willing. As for the princes from the Imperial capital, they were practically begging the other party to give them a chance to kneel down and express their feelings of admiration, no matter how much they cried and screamed about wanting to die. After all, the immortal dynasty represented was the human race. Half of the power of the Federation had was the absolute power of the Third Universe. Many powerhouses in the Federation who might not even get a chance to visit the Imperial capital in their lives. They couldn't. That was realm? That was translation was is blood? That was translation Lu. Translation bin was could translation was translation if they translation of ye translation if was translation was ye translation star's blood was in the territory. Not only could he not kneel, but he also could not show too much enthusiasm. That would also be seen through by others. In any case, the fact that he had run over here meant that he had already guessed the prince's identity. Now that he had left coldly, the prince naturally understood. He might even praise himself for knowing his limits and knowing the severity of the matter. In the future, it would not be a dream for him to soar and enter the immortal star. Of course, the coldness on the surface was not true coldness. In fact, he had to be even more passionate in private. Disregarding everything else, just the safety of the prince alone was enough to ensure his safety. Although the prince was most likely a black hole realm level 9 expert himself and definitely had some life-saving trump cards bestowed upon him by the royal family, this was still a form of attitude. This kind of attitude was a bargaining chip for him to achieve great success in the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Long and Bai Jingjuan's hearts lit up. On the surface, they pretended to be polite and exchanged a few pleasantries. Soon they left in a hurry. Many of the Federation powerhouses who were watching this scene were confused. The purplish warbler, who was squeezed out of the crowd, seemed to have guessed something. His expression suddenly became strange. After pondering for a while with a frown, he could not help but laugh. He muttered to himself, "Those two idiots have such wild imaginations. But then again, if this guy hadn't asked me how to obtain the level 9 gene cultivation fluid, I'm afraid I would have guessed the same. He, as a prince from the imperial city, how could he not know this? But these 3 tubes of gene cultivation fluid were sent directly from the immortal star of the imperial capital without caring about the huge amount of energy used. This is indeed strange. Although the speed of his rise is indeed too fast, he's still on the mortal leaderboard after all. Such a situation shouldn't attract the attention of the dynasty. As for why it's so obvious, it definitely shouldn't be so obvious. What's the mystery behind this? It's really puzzling." As he muttered to himself, the purplish warbler was also a little confused. At the same time, on the side of the central domain of the third universe, which was infinitely far away from the heavenly river star, on the incomparably huge and terrifying immortal star, in the depths of the imperial city, an old woman was looking up at the sky with a worried expression. Her eyes were full of concern, and she muttered to herself, "Xian, you are too careless. You changed your identity and left the word Xian in your name. Even I saw it at a glance. I secretly used my private power to help you send 3 tubes of the 9th level liquid over. How could others not see it? Hurry up and break through to the black hole realm, and then you'll be able to complete the ultimate trial. At that time, you'll be able to return to the imperial capital. For the past 100 years, I've been on tenterhooks every single day, afraid that you'd be plotted against by your brothers outside." Achoo! In another direction, at the edge of the core area of the graveyard star field, a young man with a handsome face and a cultivation base of the 7th level, the galaxy grade, was rapidly approaching the Sky River star. Then he suddenly sneezed. "Could it be that Mother is thinking about me again? Sigh, it's been more than 100 years. I do miss Mother a little. But soon, I, Long Xian, am now at the galaxy grade 9th level. This time, when I return to the Sky River star in exchange for a tube of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, I'll be able to break through to the black hole realm 1st level. At that time, I'll be able to hunt the demon scouts faster. What a pity! A tube of level 8 gene cultivation fluid costs 1 million contribution points. Although I have the secret technique of the Imperial Dynasty that allows me to distinguish between demon and human experts, I've only accumulated a little more than 3 million contribution points over the years. I can't even get on the human ranking list. This time, I'll have to spend 1 million contribution points. It's really heart-wrenching." Shaking his head and sighing, Long Xian was about to speed up when a huge space fortress suddenly appeared not far away. Its aura had locked onto him. The Black Wind? It's over. Chapter 2709. Fellow Taoist, please stay. As a martialist of the Federation who was at the 7th major boundary of the Starry Sky Realm, Long Xian was obviously very valuable to the Tianji tribe. Any martialist below the Black Hole Realm was definitely not a simple person. So when Tyrant Cha spotted him, he didn't hesitate to activate the mysterious black pillar of light. A wide tunnel opened beneath the bastion and pulled Long Xian into one of the Black Wind's 10,000 cataclysmic prison. He was locked up in one of the cages. This was a certain prince of an immortal dynasty, an absolutely important figure. Yet he had fallen into the hands of the demons so easily. From this, it could be seen how cruel and realistic the so-called ultimate trial of the immortal dynasty's imperial family was. What the empire needed were truly capable royal descendants. If they could not prove their abilities, then it would be better to get rid of them early rather than ruin the entire empire in the future. In any case, on the immortal star of the imperial capital, there were countless descendants of the imperial family. At this moment, the leader of the Demonkin Scout Corps, Barakai, was sitting in a luxurious hall in the center of the 4th floor of the Black Wind. Beside him stood several of his trusted stewards and the Demon Dweller think tanks. Regarding the capture of a 7th stage galaxy stage human expert, Barakai did not care at all. There were at least 800 of such existences in the Black Wind ship's hold, if not 1,000, so it was not enough to attract his attention. If he learned of Long Xian's identity, he probably wouldn't even pay attention to the Black Mosquito, which he had lost contact with. He would rush to the deepest part of the domain of the fallen domain and return to the domain of the devil through the large natural wormhole that connected to the first universe. Then, he would contact his master, the Tianji race, and receive his battle merits. But all of this was destined to be impossible. Indeed, the reason Ba Chai had taken control of the Black Wind from the depths of the domain of the falling stars and warped to the edge of this mysterious region was because of the Black Mosquito. The release of a large number of conclave powerhouses from the Black Mosquito had been inadvertently witnessed by a few Demonkin scouts. They immediately returned to their bastion and reported the matter, which was then brought to Barakai's attention. Ba Chai immediately contacted the Black Mosquito ship. Unfortunately, the Black Mosquito ship had been absorbed into Yi Xian's body, so it was impossible to contact it. As such, no matter how stupid Barakai was, he would be able to understand that something had happened to the Black Mosquito ship. Although he did not know what had happened to the Black Mosquito, it was not difficult to guess. He was almost certain after a little thought. Everything was related to the interstellar mercenary of the Federation known as Yi Xian, who had risen to fame in the Federation a few days ago. At the time, Ba Chai had been muttering to himself about how he had managed to amass over 100 million Federation merit points in a matter of days. Now it seemed that this was related to the Black Mosquito ship's fall. A bastion belonging to the Demonkin, its resources, and the 10,000 captured Federation powerhouses were all worth over 100 million Federation merit points. Although this was only a guess, it was unlikely that there would be any unexpected changes. The result enraged Ba Chai, and he roared like thunder. As the leader of a team sent by the Demonkin race to the edge of the third universe, one of the 10 space fortresses under his command had fallen into the hands of the enemy along with more than 10,000 Demonkin scouts and a huge amount of resources. Moreover, the enemy was just an ant with a cultivation base of the Star Core realm. If news of this were to spread, all the clansmen of the Devil Cultivator would not be able to help but laugh at him loudly. The Tianji clan would not let him go so easily, and would punish him severely. Fortunately, this matter had not spread yet. As long as he could salvage the situation in time and take back the Black Mosquito ship, this secret would most likely be kept. At worst, he could just kill the 10,000 Demonkin scouts in the ship. It was with this goal in mind that Ba Chai had rushed to the Sky River sector alone with the Black Wind without even informing the other 8 bastions. The people on the Black Wind were his most trusted subordinates. The other 8 bastions were under his command, but they were from different tribes. They weren't his people, so he couldn't allow them to participate in this mission. If they did, the secret would be exposed. Damn it! How did that Yi Xian guy do it? Did Mount Naibua grow up eating shit? How could a mere Starcore realm ant take away the entire Black Mosquito ship? If he's still alive, I'll kill him with my own hands after I take back the Black Mosquito ship. As a great perfection Black Hole Realm Rank 9 powerhouse, it was a piece of cake for Ba Chai to kill a Black Hole Realm Rank 4 powerhouse like Ba Chai. At this moment, as these angry words left his mouth, the anger in Ba Chai's heart seemed to have been vented a little. His tone slightly slowed down, but his eyes became even colder. Humph humph, that guy called Yi Xian actually dared to brazenly appear in Heavenly River Star after doing such a thing. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as he walks out of Heavenly River Star, I'll be able to kill him immediately. As Barakai's cold voice rang out, the Black Wind once more activated its concealment array. It vanished, and silently began to move closer to Sky River. Sky River Sector, Federation Affairs Hall's platform. After Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long left in a hurry, Yi Xian immediately turned around and walked to the counter behind him. He took a small space box from the beautiful female robot. There must be 3 tubes of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid inside. The Myriad Federation could not do anything to this matter. Therefore, considering that there were too many people around, Yi Xian did not open it to check. He flipped his hand and threw it into the undying world in his body. Only then did he finally calm down. Now that the matter was settled, it was not good to stay here any longer. Yi Xian did not pay attention to the enthusiastic Federation powerhouses who were gradually gathering around him. He immediately leaped up and left the huge platform where the Federation Affairs Hall was located. He rushed toward another passage outside the Sky Defense Array. Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long's attitudes just now were extremely strange. Perhaps because they realized that Yi Xian was about to leave, they hurriedly returned to prepare for the ambush. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave as soon as possible. Whether he was afraid or not was one thing, but it was obviously best to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 27:10. Translator. Transin editor. Transin, so you misunderstood me too. So it's fellow Taoist Shen Yuan. When Yi Xian turned around and saw the purplish warbler and Lu Luo chasing after him, he immediately stopped. He had a good impression of this woman. After all, she was the one who had given him a huge harvest on the heavenly river planet. Although it was a fair trade, Yi Xian still owed her a favor. Because of this, when Yi Xian saw the purplish warbler chasing after him with an anxious expression, he couldn't help but joke. Fellow Taoist Shen Yuan, are you trying to warn me to be careful again? Don't worry, they couldn't stop me last time, and they won't be able to do the same this time. Fellow Taoist Yi must be joking. I'm ashamed to say that I misjudged you last time. Fellow Taoist Yi is a dragon among men, yet I actually thought that you would fall into the hands of shameless people like Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long. I apologize to fellow Taoist Yi first. If Shen Yuan Ziying was still curious about Yi Xian last time, but the feeling of looking down on him didn't change, then this time, she took the initiative to lower herself and even put herself in a position lower than Yi Xian's. At this moment, her attitude was extremely modest, not at all like the attitude a middle-stage black hole realm expert should have towards a star core realm ant. This wasn't strange at all, and it wasn't that the purplish warbler was being pretentious. In her mind, Yi Xian was indeed an existence she should look up to. After all, in the Thousand Luo Federation contribution rankings, he was already close to the Earth ranking, while the purplish warbler was still at the bottom of the middle of the human ranking. At this point, the purplish warbler suddenly changed the topic and shook her head with a bitter smile. But fellow Taoist Yi, you misunderstood me this time. I didn't want to warn you because there's no need to. This time, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long won't scheme against you. However, you should be careful of that space pirate He Luoying. I just saw her standing far away on the Federation's affairs platform with a flicker in her eyes. She's just a space pirate. I don't care. Yi Xian nodded and cupped his hands in thanks. Then, he asked curiously, I wonder how fellow Taoist Shen Yuan is so sure that Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long won't attack me this time? I'm sure. Not only will they not attack you, fellow Taoist Yi, they'll even try to curry favor with you. Fellow Taoist Yi, you haven't forgotten the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid that were urgently delivered from the undying star of the imperial capital, have you? The purplish warbler smiled faintly and then explained the details in detail. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. After a few seconds, he smiled, but the expression on his face was extremely strange. Although you won't be in any danger this time, you're really brave. You know that you've become a famous person and that Bai Zhengjun is very likely to want to kill you, yet you still dare to swagger to the Sky River planet. Seeing Yi Xian smile, the purplish warbler couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just this courage alone is enough to make this little sister sigh in admiration. It seems that I'll have to follow Big Brother Yi in the future and learn a lot from him. Without batting an eyelid, she had already gotten closer to him. It had to be said that this girl's ability to observe people's expressions wasn't weak. She could tell that Yi Xian was in a good mood and didn't let go of this opportunity. Little sister, I wouldn't dare to accept such a title. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't refuse, after all, his impression of this girl was quite good. However, the gap between their cultivation realms was obvious. Yi Xian wasn't pretending, he sincerely thought so. Big Brother Yi, you're too pedantic. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't refuse immediately, and even though he tried to shirk the responsibility, his words were extremely sincere, the purplish warbler's expression turned solemn. She cupped her hands towards Yi Xian again and bowed. In my generation of cultivators, the one who has reached the top first. I truly admire Big Brother Ye's achievements. I sincerely acknowledge you as my big brother. If you think that your cultivation is not as good as mine, I also think that my ranking on the human ranking list is not as good as yours. Let's not be so calculative, shall we? Furthermore, although Ziying is already at the middle stage of the black hole realm, her actual age is less than 200 years old. Her cultivation was built up through the accumulation of her family's resources. Without this, what is Ziying compared to Big Brother Yi? Less than 200 years old was indeed not considered old for a powerhouse under the starry sky. Could even be said that she had just entered her youth. It should be known that even ordinary Federation citizens who hadn't entered the path of cultivation had a normal lifespan of more than 500 years. Yi Xian was even more so. How many years had he spent on his journey? Therefore, he really did deserve to be called Big Brother. Of course, the most important thing was that the purplish warbler was straightforward and unpretentious. She gave him a very good impression. Otherwise, Yi Xian would never have agreed to it no matter what. But now, he shook his head and smiled bitterly without saying anything. It was obvious that he tacitly agreed. The purplish warbler was overjoyed. She immediately called him Big Brother Yi again and again. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart when he saw how well-behaved she was. As they chatted and laughed, the maid Lulua followed behind them. Soon, they passed through the sky curtain passage in front of them and left the Sky River planet, arriving at the void of the universe outside. Looking up, a huge fleet of dozens of 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships and a 5,000-meter-diameter nebula state bastion appeared in their sight. They were waiting for them in the vast starry sky not far away. Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, who had respectful smiles on their faces, immediately came forward to welcome them. These two fellows who had always been secretly fighting against each other had unexpectedly joined forces in the matter of pleasing the imperial capital prince. There was no infighting between them. Thinking about it, it was normal. The value of a prince was not something any one of them could take for themselves. On the contrary, if they could really get on the prince's good side, when they reached the immortal star in the imperial capital, it would be difficult for them to make a breakthrough alone. If they could go with someone who knew them well, it would obviously be a good thing. It was also for this reason that these two fellows had tacitly agreed to join forces on this matter. In fact, when Yi Xian and the purplish warbler had just come out of the sky curtain passage, they had already heard the conversation between Yi Xian and the purplish warbler. Seeing that even the purplish warbler, a proud daughter of heaven from a powerful family on the imperial capital star, was deliberately trying to curry favor with Yi Xian by calling him Big Brother Yi, the two of them clearly confirmed their guess. Now that they had come together, the smiles on their faces had already become more respectful and humble. When they came closer, they cupped their hands and bowed. Huang, Brother Yi, your current identity is no small matter. This time, your whereabouts on the Sky River planet have been exposed, and I am afraid that it will attract some covetous eyes. Therefore, the two of us feel a great responsibility and have decided to escort you all the way. Chapter 27:11. The black wind startling appearance of these two fellows, one was the leader of the Heavenly River planet, and the other was the commander of the Heavenly River planet's federal garrison. Now, they were moving out at the same time, bringing such a huge fleet with them. They were working hard to ask for orders to escort Yi Xian. At the same time, they seemed to be afraid that this would affect Yi Xian, so they actually took the initiative to show their sincerity and asked Yi Xian to just do what he was supposed to do and pretend that they didn't exist. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed by their attitude, but when he thought about the good deeds these two fellows had done in the past, he immediately calmed down. It was fine to take advantage of this opportunity to collect some interest. What's more, if he insisted on refusing, he was afraid that the effect would backfire and cause the two of them to become suspicious. After all, their attitude was enough to show that they had already guessed the identity of the prince. If Yi Xian was really the prince, then in this situation he naturally wouldn't care too much about this matter. If he really did care too much about it, it would only lower his status. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian didn't say anything. He coldly glanced at the two of them, then turned around and rushed towards the depths of the graveyard star filled with the purplish warbler and Lu Luo, because he didn't want to expose the fact that he had just completed the fourth fusion of the Purple Star shuttle, and although he had many other small warships in his possession, he hadn't refined any of them. This was something he had neglected before. As such, Yi Xian and the others didn't summon their small private warships. The purplish warbler wanted to summon the Xian Yuan Ark, but Yi Xian politely refused. He still wanted to go into the depths of the star field and bid farewell to the two women for the time being, so there was no need for him to enter their small private warships. In this way, The three of them crossed the void with their physical bodies, only to find that they were escorted by a space fortress and dozens of 3,000-meter-long stellar-level military warships. This scene was extremely strange. The experts of the Federation that they occasionally encountered along the way all stopped in their tracks and looked stunned as if they had seen a ghost. In the meantime, He Luoying, the space pirate who had been hiding her scent and body and tailing them closely after they left through the channel on the other side of the heavenly river planet, couldn't have been more frustrated. If Yi Xian and the Purplish Warbler had brought out a small private warship, he would have most likely given up. He had seen the speed of Yi Xian's warship before. Even if it was him, he would not be able to catch up to it, no matter if he used his physical body to traverse the void or brought out a warship. However, now that the three of them were traveling through the void with their physical bodies, He Luoying saw hope and gritted her teeth to stay behind. Because he knew that Bai Zhongying and Zhao Long, who had been escorting him all this time, would leave sooner or later. It was impossible for them to leave Heavenly River Star behind and follow this prince around, right? If that was the case, he had a chance. Although the Purplish Warbler was not weak, his level was about the same as his. In his estimation, his target, Yi Xian, was definitely not in the black hole realm, even if he had concealed his cultivation. Under such circumstances, there was still a chance that he could kidnap Yi Xian when he was caught off guard if he suddenly took action in secret. Also, the chance was quite high. It was definitely worth a try. One day later, Yi Xian and his companions had entered the edge of the graveyard of meteorites. The last expert of the Federation they encountered along the way had been half a day ago. Besides, that person didn't follow them, and his cultivation was not high either. All in all, there was no need to worry about their safety at all. Besides, Yi Xian had the Purplish Warbler, an expert in the black hole realm, with him. Even he might be in the black hole realm, too. Also, he had a small private warship that was extremely fast. Besides, Bai Zhongying and Zhao Long's so-called escort was just a gesture. It was enough for them to follow them for one day. If they continued to follow them, the prince would probably be displeased. Therefore, the fleet behind them soon stopped and slowly returned to the ship. He Luoying, who had concealed her body and her qi, saw the opportunity and quickened her pace. Very soon, she was behind the three of them. As a boundless and mighty aura suddenly appeared without any warning, the space within a radius of 100 miles emitted a slight trembling sound. Following that, an energy claw that was as large as a mountain suddenly pressed down towards Yi Xian's head. He Luoying? The Purplish Warbler's expression changed greatly. She suddenly roared, "Lu Luo, protect brother Yi. I'm going to kill her." In the next moment, a purple ribbon surged out of the Purplish Warbler's body and expanded in the wind, turning into a purple river that soared into the sky and blocked He Luoying's enormous claw immediately. Then, she dashed forward and dragged He Luoying away, covering 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The reason for that was obviously because she was worried that the shockwaves from the fierce battle between two black hole realm experts might accidentally hurt Yi Xian. Realizing what was going on, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. He was going to raise his hand and activate the Black Mosquito Bastion, but when he saw the fleet of planet Heavenly River, which was still vaguely visible, he dropped the idea. At the same time, in the central control room of the Cosmic Cloud State Bastion that was 5 kilometers in diameter, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long both exclaimed in shock, F***CK. He Luoying? She's asking for it. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor immediately. Get back immediately, space jump. Following the furious roars of Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, which sounded as if their parents had died, a space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters suddenly appeared without any warning in the originally empty space above Yi Xian and Lu Luo. It was the Black Wind, the flagship of the Demon Scouts. In fact, the Black Wind had been waiting not far ahead. When it saw the fleet of planet Heavenly River gradually moving away, it was about to attack, but He Luoying beat it to it. But it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect the result. The faint buzzing sound of the void vibrating sounded again. As soon as the Black Wind appeared, it shot out a black beam of light about 100 meters in diameter from the bottom cabin and enveloped Yi Xian and Lu Luo without any suspense. Whoosh! The huge black beam of light flashed and disappeared, but it was soon retracted. Then, the black wind activated the concealment array again and disappeared. It was most likely that it had activated a space jump at the first moment and left. Inside the cosmic cloud state bastion of planet Heavenly River, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long's faces turned pale. They sat on the ground and exclaimed in shock. Black wind? That's clearly the black wind. It's over. The prince was captured by the demon. This is a natural disaster. The Heavenly Dust Kingdom is finished. Chapter 27:12. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing He Luoying. Following the disappearance of Yi Xian and Lu Luo, even the Black Wind Bastion disappeared. Shenyuan Ziying, who was originally fighting in the vast void 100 kilometers away, had a drastic change in expression. Even the space pirate He Luoying was completely dumbfounded. The two of them stopped their attacks at the same time and stared blankly in the direction where the Black Wind Bastion disappeared. Speechless for a moment, for He Luoying, there was no point in continuing the fight since the target was gone. For Shenyuan Ziying, the people she wanted to protect had been captured by the demons. It was meaningless to continue fighting He Luoying. If I'm not wrong, this kid was also taken away by a demon battlestar last time. This is too unlucky. After being stunned for a moment, the purplish warbler's expression quickly became strange. He then shook his head and smiled bitterly. But he's someone who can create miracles. He was fine last time. This time he'll be fine too. You're crazy. That's the black wind of a demon scout. I've only heard about it for so many years. Today, I've opened my eyes. He Luoying heard the purplish warbler's murmur and rolled her eyes. She then dashed away as she spoke. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the cosmic cloud state battlestar of the Sky River Fleet that had just completed a space jump shot out two scorching white energy beams with a diameter of 500 meters without warning. These weren't the star cannons of planetary state or stellar state warships. These were real destruction cannons that could incinerate even a meteor in an instant. He Luoying dashed towards one of the destruction cannons. She was caught off guard and didn't even have the chance to make a sound. Her body was enveloped by the 500-meter diameter destruction cannons and was instantly sent flying. The other destruction cannons were aimed at the purplish warbler. Damn it! The latter's face immediately turned pale. Without hesitation, she crushed the sapphire ring on her right hand. With a flash of blue light, the purplish warbler's body was instantly enveloped and turned into a faint ray of light. She then disappeared before the 500-meter diameter destruction cannons reached her. In the void where she was, there was a figure that looked like Shenyuan Ziying, but had a stiff and lifeless face. Half an instant later, it was struck by the 500-meter diameter energy beam of the destruction cannon and turned into ashes. At the same time, in the control room of the cosmic cloud state battlestar, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long stared at the big screen in front of them. Then, they looked at each other with a serious expression. He Luoying is definitely dead. As for the little girl from the Shenyuan family, I don't think I saw it clearly. With such speed, even a black hole state wouldn't be able to escape. Don't worry, I saw it clearly. She's dead too. Also, the prince and that Lulua girl definitely won't be able to come back. In other words, what happened before is temporarily suppressed. Not necessarily. We've met a lot of powerful people from the Federation on our way here. They all saw us protecting the prince. Humph, it doesn't matter. We'll find them one by one and kill them all. No matter what, we can't let anyone know that the prince was kidnapped by the demons. We can't let anyone know that it's related to us. By the way, the people in your fleet are all reliable. 1/3 of them are not direct descendants of the Zhao family. Don't worry, when we get back, they will be put under house arrest. Within a month, all of them will die in accidents. At this point, Zhao Long turned his head and exchanged a glance with Bai Zhengjun. Both of them had a strange look in their eyes. Although they didn't say it out loud, both of them knew what was going on. After this incident, the two of them, who had been at odds with each other for many years, could be considered to have completely become a team. Even when they were trying to curry favor with the prince, Their relationship was not as strong and stable as it was now. All of this was so ironic. Whoosh! Just as Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long were nervously returning with the entire fleet, in another direction, thousands of miles away from the scene of the incident, a faint blue light flashed, and then the figure of Shen Yuan, whose face was ashen, quietly appeared. Subconsciously, she lowered her head and glanced at the sapphire ring on her right hand. There was an obvious crack on the originally deep blue surface of the ring. This crack made Shen Yuan Ziying's expression even more unsightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, these two idiots, actually offended me, the representative of the Shen Yuan family, in order to silence me. Humph, they made me pay such a heavy price. You just wait and see." At this point, Shen Yuan Ziying's brow furrowed and she fell into deep thought. Her mutterings also became much calmer. "Right now, I only have 2 uses left of the Phantom Ring's 3 uses. I can't return to Heavenly River Star anymore. I can't even visit Grandmaster Su anymore. Otherwise, once Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long find out that this young lady is still alive, I'm afraid that those idiots will do their best to ban me from this star field. The only thing I can do now is to go to the core of the graveyard and secretly look for the Black Wind Bastion. Big Brother Yi, you mustn't let anything happen to you." Shen Yuan Ziying's expression darkened when she heard the last sentence. She let out a faint sigh before quickly concealing herself and silently heading towards the core area of the domain of the graveyard. She knew the bastion was somewhere in the depths of the starfield, but finding it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Finding it was a matter of luck. In fact, even if she did find the Black Wind, what could she do? After taking Yi Xian and Lu Luo away, the Black Wind immediately activated its concealment formation and warped through space. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000,000 kilometers away and appeared behind a giant black Death Star. At the same time, Yi Xian and Lu Luo were wrapped in a pillar of black light and appeared in a luxurious hall on the 4th floor of the Black Wind. The bastion's pillar of light didn't only take people to the lowest level of the myriad hells, but it could also take them to any location on any floor. For an important captive like Yi Xian, the Devil Cultivator Scout Big Head Ba Guai had to interrogate him as soon as possible. However, it was impossible for him to go to a place like the Myriad Heaven Prison, so he naturally brought Yi Xian and Lu Luo to the luxurious hall on the top floor. Chapter 27:13. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Ba Chai was dumbfounded. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was burning with anxiety. Yes, he still had the Black Mosquito, Li Mosquito, and Naibo Shan. However, even Li Mosquito was only at rank 7 of the Black Hole Realm and had just entered the late stage. Naibo Shan was even worse, as he was still at the middle stage of the Black Hole Realm. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Ba Chai, who was at the peak of rank 9. Furthermore, the two of them were inside the Black Mosquito Bastion, which had been stored in the Undying World within Yi Xian's body. Given his current low cultivation, he had been able to store a Black Hole Realm powerhouse in his body because of the Black Mosquito Bastion's ability to fold space. However, if he wanted to release a Star Realm powerhouse from the Black Mosquito Bastion, he would not be able to do so. He would have to first release the Black Mosquito Bastion before he could do so. However, he was currently inside the Black Mosquito Bastion, so there was no way he could release another spacetime bastion from within it. Folded space was also repellent, which was a disadvantage. Besides, so what if he could release the Black Mosquito Bastion? Even if he used up all the power of the Black Mosquito Bastion, he would not be able to defeat Ba Chai. Instead, he would have to rely on the Black Mosquito Bastion. Yi Xian would not do such a stupid thing. After all, the Black Mosquito Bastion was now in the Undying World within his body. As long as he did not take it out, even Ba Chai, who was at rank 9 of the Black Hole Realm, would not be able to detect it. Even if he wanted to extort a confession, as long as Yi Xian could grit his teeth and bear with it, the other party would not be able to do anything. In other words, he could not even count on the Black Mosquito Bastion now, let alone Lu Luo. She was only at rank 7 of the planet realm, so Ba Chai could kill her with one finger. In the end, if Yi Xian wanted to save himself now, he could not count on his strength. His only chance was to scheme. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used his brain and began to calculate and deduce frantically. Needless to say, after a short few breaths, he really found a way out. It was an extremely dangerous way that could only temporarily solve the problem at hand and would cause endless troubles in the future. Even so, he still made up his mind at the first moment because there was no better plan than this one. How dare you attack the black mosquito under my command? You're quite bold, aren't you? You're courting death. After grabbing onto Yi Xian, Ba Cha wasn't in a hurry. He had a lazy expression on his face as he looked at Yi Xian with a cold smile. Speak. Where's the black mosquito? How did you manage to do all this? If I'm satisfied with your answer, I might spare your life. Boolsh ***. Do I need you to spare my life? You are just a small scout leader. Who do you think you are? Without waiting for Ba Cha to finish speaking, Yi Xian had already jumped up and roared. As he angrily rebuked, he pointed his finger at Ba Cha, and the index finger of his right hand was almost on his nose. You bastard, this Holy Sun's plan has only been completed halfway, and I have only just obtained the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. I just happened to hook up with the direct descendant of the Shenyuan family, a level 8 gene cultivation fluid, and you destroyed it. You should think carefully about how to explain it to the Demon Emperor when you return. After saying this, Yi Xian still hadn't vented his anger. He fiercely spat at the dumbstruck Ba Chai. High Priest Wenxing's painstaking efforts were all messed up by you. You idiot. Silence. A deathly silence. At that moment, apart from Yi Xian, Lu Luo, and Bastion, there were more than 10 figures in the luxurious hall on the 4th floor of the Black Wind. They were all Bastion's trusted stewards and advisors. But now, all of them were stunned by Yi Xian's words. After a long while, Bastion swallowed his saliva and asked, You, how do you know about High Priest Wenxing? You? What did you mean? What did I mean? That's what I meant. Yi Xian glared at him and directly activated the spirit core in his mind. In an instant, a pure devil chi source energy spread out, so clear that it was like a large brick hanging under his eyelids. There was no need to sense it. As long as it was a person, they would be able to sense it. Heavens? Yi Xian, you are a demon? Lu Luo was the first to react. Her face was full of shock as she recalled what Yi Xian had just said. It turned out that this guy was a spy who had infiltrated the human race. He had schemed against the purplish warbler to get close to her and had set his sights on the Shenyuan family's level 8 gene cultivation fluid formula. Thinking of this, Lulua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as she roared. You bastard. To think that Ziying and I trusted you so much. You approached us because of the Imperial Capital's Shenyuan family's formula for the grade 8 liquid? I will kill you. As she roared, Lu Luo raised her hand to slap Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian immediately used his mind power to stun her and she fainted on the floor. She was a Planet 7th stage powerhouse, so she shouldn't have ended up like this. Yi Xian had only succeeded because Lu Luo's mind had already collapsed. Coupled with Yi Xian's sneak attack, Yi Xian had succeeded. Look, this is what you did. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? Yi Xian secretly praised Lu Luo's cooperation, but his expression didn't change. He glared at Ba Chai and reprimanded sternly. I obeyed the orders of the Demon King and was given a secret technique by High Priest Wenxing that allowed me to fool the human race's superbrain for a short period of time. It wasn't easy for me to sneak in and get an identity. Then, I pretended to rescue a large number of Black Mosquito Federation powerhouses to obtain a large number of Federation contribution points. It wasn't easy for me to exchange for a tube of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Now that the level 8 gene cultivation fluid formula was about to be in my hands, you interfered. After returning to the demon domain, you can go to the Demon King and High Priest Wenxing to receive your punishment. Yi Xian had only said these words after careful consideration. He had learned everything about the demon race from Naibo Mountain when he was bored. Coincidentally, Wenxing, who was the Demon King's high priest, was from the Black Mosquito tribe. Therefore, Yi Xian's words weren't too flawed. The demon race had a total of 10 tribes, each with 1,000,000 tribesmen and 1 great commander. The 10 great commanders led the 10 tribes and were under the control of the Demon King. The demon race's 10 space fortresses in the Third Universe's graveyard domain were actually from the 10 different tribes. The Black Mosquito ship was from the Black Mosquito tribe, and the Black Wind ship was from the Black Wind tribe. Therefore, Ba Chai didn't know much about the Black Mosquito tribe. However, he knew that High Priest Wenxing was a favorite of the Demon King and was also from the Black Mosquito tribe. Under such circumstances, the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son had come here to carry out the Demon King's secret mission with High Priest Wenxing's help. He had avoided him, the frontline leader, and instead went directly to the Black Mosquito ship from the Black Mosquito tribe. This was completely reasonable. Most importantly, Yi Xian's demon mind power couldn't be faked. It was clearly very pure. His cultivation realm wasn't high, but his mind power level wasn't low. This was the characteristic of the Holy Son of the 10 Tribes. Chapter 27:14. Re-entering the 10,000 Cataclysm. Seeing the incomparably enraged Yi Xian, the leader of the demon scouts, Ba Chai, had a gloomy expression. For a moment he fell silent. What Yi Xian had said was unacceptable to him. But what was worse was that no matter how Ba Chai analyzed, he couldn't find any suspicious points that could be magnified. In reality, just the fact that the other party was a demon was enough to explain everything. In the face of this fact, even if he could find some suspicious points in the other party's words, the final result would clearly be pale and powerless. There was not much meaning to it at all. As he muttered to himself as he searched for Yi Xian's words, he couldn't find anything suspicious. Unknowingly, Ba Kai had already accepted what Yi Xian said as the truth. But he was unwilling. They had agreed to vent their anger. But in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge mistake. No one would be able to accept this matter calmly in a short time. As his eyes flickered, Ba Chui pondered for a moment. In the end, he steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and glared at Yi Xian. I'll ask you one more time. Where is the Black Mosquito? If there is even half a word of concealment, I, Ba Chai, as the supreme commander of the demon army at the front line, have the right to kill you on the spot. At most, I will just go back and ask the high priest for a crime of ignorance. Kid, you better think carefully. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched violently, and his heart instantly became uneasy. Yi Xian was an unreasonable and cruel person. Now that he was angry and humiliated, he might actually dare to do what he said just now. If possible, Yi Xian really didn't want to gamble with his own life. But now he had no way out. Once the Black Mosquito ship was taken out, the other party would definitely be able to see the problem from the number of demons inside. This was inexplicable. It was fine to pretend to release the Federation captives, but how could there be less than 3,000 demon scouts left? Since Ba Chai had been waiting outside the Heavenly River Star, it meant that he had come prepared. He had most likely already grasped the distribution of demon scouts in the star field where the Black Mosquito ship was located. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. After realizing the situation, Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He could only brace himself and walk down this dark path. I'm not scared. If Boss Barakai wants to betray the demon-human race, I'll just do it. Yi Xian glanced at Ba Chai with disdain. His heart trembled, but his face was calm and fearless. He even mocked back and secretly warned, "Don't forget, when this saint was captured by you on the Black Wind, many people in the myriad Luo Federation saw it. With my current ranking on the Federation's contribution rankings, this matter will soon spread. When the Demon King asks about it, if you can't hand him over, I believe I don't need to remind you of the consequences, right?" Although it was a threat, it was the truth. Ba Chai was only one of the 10 leaders of the Black Wind tribe, so how could he dare to go against the Nephilim Emperor? When he heard Yi Xian's words, just imagining the scene of the Nephilim Emperor's anger made his scalp go numb. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. Since you want to use the Nephilim Emperor to pressure me, then fine, let's do business. After thinking about it, Ba Chai clearly had a countermeasure. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he stared fiercely at Yi Xian and laughed strangely. Even if you really have a secret mission from the Nephilim Emperor, I, Ba Chai, don't know about it. It's hard to verify whether it's true or false. Not to mention that you are the Black Mosquito tribe's saint. Even if you call yourself the Demon Prince, I still have to verify it before I can be sure of this matter. So, it's almost time to return to the demon-human star field. Since it's related to the secret mission personally ordered by the Nephilim Emperor, it doesn't matter if I return 2 years earlier. But before that, your identity is clear, so you can only obediently stay in the myriad Luo hell. As for this human woman, she's useless anyway. Let me vent my anger on her. Boom! As he finished speaking, Ba Chai's expression suddenly turned sinister. He lowered his head to look at the unconscious Lu Luo on the ground. Then, before Yi Xian could recover, Ba Chai had already raised his palm and slammed it down with a bang. With a loud bang, the bloody mist that filled the sky instantly dispersed. The unconscious Lu Luo was instantly smashed into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a fingernail-sized piece of flesh. Ha ha ha. This person's identity is suspicious, but this is related to the secret mission personally ordered by the Nephilim Emperor. This leader doesn't dare to be negligent. Immediately inform the other 8 space fortresses to send all the resources to the wormhole area. This leader will return to the demon-human star field in advance. As for this person, he will be temporarily detained in the myriad Luo hell. Xiao! Laughing wildly, Ba Chai waved his hand as he spoke. A black membrane of light 100 meters in diameter instantly appeared on the floor of the hall. Yi Xian, who was shocked by Lu Luo's tragic death, was caught off guard. He only felt the air beneath his feet as his body fell into the black membrane of light. Bang bang! Clang clang! His body fell heavily to the ground. Before Yi Xian could get up, a familiar sound rang in his ears. It was the sound of the myriad cataclysmic prison cage falling down. Looking around, his face gradually darkened. Everything around him was familiar yet unfamiliar. The environment was exactly the same as the first floor of the Black Mosquito's lower cabin. However, the Federation experts imprisoned in the cages in the distance were all unfamiliar faces. Without a doubt, this was the myriad cataclysmic prison in the Black Wind's lower cabin. In just a few short months, he had been imprisoned in 2 different demon-human fortresses. This was really annoying. What made him feel even more guilty was Lu Luo's death. When he thought about how that girl had fallen into a coma with a huge grudge against him before her death, and how he didn't even have a chance to explain himself, Yi Xian felt an inexplicable surge of pent-up anger in his chest. He clenched his teeth, only wanting to kill. After a long time, Yi Xian's turbulent emotions gradually calmed down. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the cage, he closed his eyes and quickly analyzed the situation he was facing. There was no doubt that as soon as he returned to the demon-human star field, his lies would immediately be exposed. The huge trouble he had mentioned before was this matter. To him, there were only 2 paths to take. Either he stopped Ba Chai from returning to the demon-human star field, or he had to kill or subdue Ba Chai before the Black Wind entered the wormhole and returned to the first universe on the other side. No matter which of these 2 paths he chose, he had to refine a level 9 or even level 10 slave seal. Only then could he be considered to have the conditions to make a move. The reason why he needed a grade 10 slave seal was because Ba Chai was already in the 8th realm, the Black Hole realm. Once he stepped into the 9th realm after the Black Hole realm, even a grade 9 slave seal might not be enough to protect him. Chapter 27:15. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Legendary battleship Purple Cave shuttle. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Yi Xian, who had been imprisoned in the myriad shifting hells once again, hadn't moved his body at all. His eyes were shut tight and he was in a state where he had forgotten everything. Although he appeared to be extremely calm, the mind source core in his mind was the exact opposite. It was constantly operating frantically. Within 10 days, a large amount of spirit source energy was continuously extracted from the spirit source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Then, according to the unique method of condensing a slave seal, he condensed it again and again, compressing it again and again. From the very beginning, the first-level slave seal continuously increased its level and quality. However, the slave seal that Yi Xian had condensed was only 1. As the level of the slave seal increased, the amount of time and energy required to condense it would increase exponentially. Even the amount of mind source power that had to be invested would increase exponentially. If Yi Xian wanted to condense a level 10 slave seal, he would need at least half a month, given his usual speed. However, this time he had sunk into a complete frenzy. He hadn't slept or rested for 10 days and nights before he finally managed to condense the slave seal in his mind and forcibly raise it to level 10. This was the first level 10 slave seal that Yi Xian had condensed. Compared to the previous slave seals, after reaching level 10, the pure black color of the slave seal had turned into a black with hints of purple. It also emitted an indescribably mysterious aura. Yi Xian had a lot of confidence in this level 10 slave seal after just one look. He had a faint feeling that the slave seal after level 10 seemed to be different from before. It wasn't just the color, but most of its effectiveness had also undergone a qualitative change. However, this was just a guess at the moment. He would have to wait until he successfully planted this level 10 slave seal on Barakai before he could verify it. After the successful condensation of this level 10 slave seal, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally calmed down by half. However, this was only half of it. In his opinion, having a level 10 slave seal only meant that he had the qualifications to attack Barakai. However, this didn't mean that he would definitely succeed. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Xian decided to make some preparations before he made his move, in case he had no way out if he failed. He planned to fuse the battle armor, battle weapon, and personal warship that had already been fused 4 times. He believed that after completing the 5th fusion, the battle armor and warship, which were already top grade, would most likely be upgraded to star grade legendary grade treasures in one fell swoop. And, because of the birth of the sword spirit, the sword, the demonic bloodstar essence, a legendary grade treasure, and the sword. In this way, even if the operation to plant the slave imprint on Ba Chai failed, once they shed all pretense of cordiality, whether it was struggling or waiting for an opportunity to escape, Yi Xian would be more confident. Of course, in order to achieve quality improvement, the level and quality of the consumables and similar treasures added to the 5th fusion had to be carefully selected. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately became spirited and began to carefully choose. Yi Xian didn't look through the tens of thousands of small space boxes in his undying world. Firstly, there were too many of them, and secondly, although the people he had extorted were all quite wealthy, the best things were in the 30% share that they kept for themselves. Although the 70% share that Yi Xian obtained was also extremely rare, it was clearly insufficient for the important 5th fusion. Fortunately, he had found a few decent legendary, epic, and even supreme grade treasures and materials in the Black Mosquito ship's 3rd warehouse. This time, they were just right for him. After some consideration, Yi Xian chose 3 of them. They were star-tier crystals, undying void metal, and the wormhole warship. There were a total of 3 pieces of star-tier crystals. Yi Xian only took one and planned to refine it into his Demon Bloodstar Essence Sword. It was an epic-grade mineral that could enhance the sword's spirituality. As for the void indestructible gold, Yi Xian planned to refine it into the Violet Phoenix glass armor. It was a starry sky treasure-grade mineral, and with the fusion of this metal, Yi Xian's battle armor would definitely level up. It wouldn't be impossible for it to jump to the epic grade. After all, the void indestructible gold that was fused into the void indestructible gold was a rare starry sky or... As for the wormhole ship, there was no need to mention it. Although it was only an epic warship, it was extremely sturdy and could withstand the terrifying crushing force of the wormhole jump. If this ship was fused with the Purple Star Shuttle, allowing the Purple Star Shuttle to possess such terrifying sturdiness, then once the 10th level slave seal on Ba Chai failed, Yi Xian would still be able to think of a way to escape from the Black Wind Battlestar. Even if Yi Xian was dragged into the depths of the graveyard's core, the natural wormhole that led to the first universe, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid. Yi Xian ran through all the details once more, and made sure he didn't overlook anything. Then he gritted his teeth and threw the Purple Star Shuttle and the wormhole warship he'd just taken from the Undying World into the Devouring System. To be more precise, it was the fusion system attached to the Devouring System. The familiar sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Discovered fusion treasure. Purple Star Shuttle and wormhole warship. Begin fusion. Yi Xian immediately gave a definite reply. Then, with a thought, he threw over a large pile of star core sources. This was the energy required for the fusion process. Ding! Beginning the 5th fusion of Purple Star Shuttle. Progress 1. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the notification. According to past experience, the 5th fusion would take a long time, at least 6 days. Yi Xian took advantage of this time to close his eyes again and began to refine a new slave seal, just in case. 6 days later, Yi Xian withdrew his consciousness from the continuous refinement of the slave seal. After waiting for half a day, the notification that the 5th fusion was complete finally rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 5th fusion is a success. The Purple Hole Shuttle has been acquired. Grade: Legendary Private Warship. Although it was only at the legendary level, Yi Xian was already extremely satisfied. After all, a successful fusion meant that his Purple Hole Shuttle would be able to withstand the terrifying void-crushing force of a natural wormhole jump like those large warships and space fortresses. Yi Xian's consciousness quickly sank into his body with such joy. After examining it for a while, he discovered that the Purple Hole Shuttle's sleek and handsome appearance hadn't changed at all. However, there were now some slightly blunt edges that looked like muscles. Its color had also changed from its original light purple to a purplish black, and its aura was more restrained and heavy. At a glance, it was obvious that its sturdiness had improved by a large margin. Immediately after, Yi Xian directly threw the remaining 4 treasures and consumables to the fusion system at the same time. A notification sounded out in his mind in the next instant. Ding! Discovered fusion treasure. Demonic Bloodstar Essence Sword and Star Tear Crystal. Begin fusion. Chapter 27:16. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Epic Grade Battle Armor. Yi Xian gave an affirmative reply when he heard the notification. At the same time, he threw over a large amount of star core energy that would be used as energy for the fusion. After doing all this, he closed his eyes again. This time, the fusion of 2 treasures at the same time would take a longer time, at least 11 or 12 days, which was enough time for him to condense a large number of slave seals for backup. Fortunately, the last batch of Demonkin brain cores he had thrown to the devouring system for decomposition was quite large. Furthermore, most of them were elite Demonkin brain cores, so their quality was pretty good. The mind power source they contained was also quite boundless. Otherwise, if he had continued to crazily condense slave seals, the mind power source core in his knowledge sea would have been sucked dry. 12 days later, Yi Xian opened his eyes. Sure enough, in the next instant, the system notification that the fusion of 2 treasures was successful sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 5th successful fusion. The Devil Blood Star Tears Sword has been obtained. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade Battle Armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 5th successful fusion. The Indestructible Glass Armor has been obtained. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade Battle Armor. Everything was as Yi Xian had speculated. The battle armor and battle armor that had completed the 5th fusion surpassed Yi Xian's small private battleship in terms of grade and reached the Starry Sky Epic grade. The Devil Bloodstar Tears Sword had already been promoted to the legendary rank after the birth of the Devil Blood Sword Spirit. This time, with the addition of the epic rank Star Tears Mother Tear, it was expected that the Devil Bloodstar Tears Sword would advance to the epic rank. The reason why the Indestructible Glass Armor, which had also been successfully integrated for the 5th time, could skip the legendary grade and be promoted to the epic grade in one fell swoop was because the indestructible void metal that had been integrated this time was an extremely precious mineral of the Starry Sky level. After completing the 5th fusion, the Devil Bloodstar Tears Sword and the Indestructible Glass Armor, which had both become epic grade battle armors, were different from before in terms of appearance and aura. Although the Devil Bloodstar Tears Sword was still blood red in color, there were now some silvery white teardrop-shaped engravings on the blood-red patterns that originally covered the blade. It looked much more lively, and its power had definitely increased by quite a bit as well. As for the Indestructible Glass Armor, after this fusion, it was no longer as feminine as before. Its lines were firm, and it gave off the aura of the void metal, as well as an inexplicable, mysterious, and inspiring. After a full 28 days, Yi Xian could be said to be preparing for the fifth fusion of the battle armor and the battleship. In addition to the first-level slave seal, he had the number of slave marks in the following 18 days. The star translation, 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 ye translation, 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 ye translation, translation, translator. When everything was ready, Yi Xian began to consider the next step of the plan. What he wanted to know the most was the location of the Black Wind. For example, was it still in the graveyard star field? Or had it entered the deepest wormhole in the core of the star field and was currently in the process of jumping through wormholes? This was very important. It was related to what Yi Xian should do in case he failed to plant a slave seal on Ba Chai. Unfortunately, although he had the purple hole shuttle, he could only leave the cage and could not walk out of the myriad prison at the bottom of the Black Wind. The old method he used in the Black Mosquito ship could not be used again. On the one hand, time was of the essence, and there was no way he could eat up the purple wind layer by layer. Besides, he did not have enough slave marks now, so he did not have the time to continue forming more. More importantly, when he was on the Black Mosquito ship, he was basically a nobody and did not attract any attention. But here, Yi Xian did not have the opportunity to sneak into the prison and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Those people had obviously been warned by Ba Chai, and during this period of time, they would wander around twice a day and keep an eye on him. As long as there was the slightest movement, Ba Chai, who was on the top floor of the Black Wind, would be alerted immediately. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids he had just exchanged. If he used all 3 of them at the same time, perhaps the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain would be able to recover in a short period of time. If that was the case, then with this fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain, Yi Xian would be able to activate the star rank independent communication system attached to the devouring system. In other words, it was like a portable satellite base station, and no matter where he was, he would be able to forcibly invade the star network of the nearby administrative planet. He would even be able to use the star network of the administrative planet and invade the star network of a higher level. Of course, taking into account the energy consumption of the fusion system, once this independent communication system was activated, it would most likely be used in the same way. Invading the star network of an administrative planet might be easy, but if he used this method to forcefully connect to the star network, the energy consumption would increase exponentially. However, this was not a problem for Yi Xian now. The amount of star core origin in his undying world was simply too vast, and he did not feel any heartache about using it. As far as he was concerned, the most important thing right now was to successfully activate this starry sky independent communication system. This way, even if he was trapped in the bottom level of the Black Wind, Yi Xian would be able to obtain the information he needed from the outside world without anyone noticing. He might even be able to directly invade the star superbrain at the top of the Black Wind's main AI control center. If that was really the case, once Yi Xian successfully took control of the Black Wind, Ba Chai would instantly meet a tragic end. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian's heart palpitated with excitement. He immediately took out the small box containing the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain from his undying world. At the same time, he also took out an ordinary small box. This was the item that Yi Xian received from a female AI robot at the exchange counter of the Sky River Star Federation Affairs Hall a month ago. Inside the box were the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluid worth 30 million Federation contribution points. Due to the complicated circumstances at that time, and the fact that Yi Xian was certain that the Myriad Net Alliance would not tamper with this kind of thing, he did not open the small box to inspect it. But now, he casually sent out a divine sense imprint to erase the simple seal on the small box. As the small box was opened, a small but extremely bright golden light shot out from the box without any warning. It instantly entered Yi Xian's forehead and entered his sea of consciousness. As if it had grown eyes, it directly imprinted itself on Yi Xian's primordial spirit. Then, a majestic and mysterious energy suddenly exploded, causing Yi Xian's body to shake violently and almost fall down. Chapter 27:17. Immortal Ancestral Dragon Blood. Boom! A terrifying roar that sounded like the collapse of the heavens, and the earth resounded in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. His primordial spirit and consciousness were unable to resist at all. In an instant, it was as if they were being pulled into a huge black hole, entering a dreamlike place. This was an expanse of the starry sky. It was spacious, distant, and silent, and it revealed an extremely strong and simple aura. It was like at the end of a certain universe, and it flowed along the river of time to return to the legendary primeval times. What was strange was that, with the appearance of this ancient starry sky, the roar in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness also instantly stopped. Turning his head to look around, his eyes immediately burst out with suspicion and confusion. This mysterious starry sky that revealed a strong ancient aura seemed vaguely familiar. Right, it was exactly the same aura as the mysterious starry sky that he had seen twice when he was cultivating the incomplete Dongshu scripture. The only difference was that in the ancient starry sky scene that the incomplete Dongshu scripture brought to him, there was a terrifying giant turtle that was as large as the entire universe, but here there was nothing. Roar. Just as this thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, at the end of the endless starry sky in the distance, a high-pitched roar that could split the heavens and earth suddenly came without warning, like the roar of a dragon. No, it was not like. This was indeed the roar of a dragon. Because in the next moment, in the deep galaxy at the end of his line of sight, a golden figure that was not the slightest bit weaker than the Dongshu giant turtle appeared. A dragon. A golden dragon that was entirely golden and exuded the endless majesty of an emperor. Roar. Just as Yi Xian was in shock, the golden dragon had already stretched out its neck and roared again. With a casual wave of its right front claw, a vast galaxy was turned into nothingness, forming a huge black hole that revealed an endless devouring power. Several nearby galaxies were instantly sucked in and swallowed, but it was unable to shake even a single scale of the golden dragon. Terrifying. An absolutely terrifying existence, just like the Dongshu giant turtle, should be an existence of the same level. Perhaps they only existed in the primordial times. In the current world, it was impossible for such a powerful life form to exist. Swish! As the second dragon roar faded away, the giant golden dragon in the distance seemed to inadvertently glance in the direction of Yi Xian. Then, as the giant golden dragon raised its right front claw and pointed at Yi Xian across the endless void, the sound of breaking air instantly approached. A ray of light that was only the size of a fingernail but blossomed with a blazing golden light directly entered the dragon's forehead. This scene was exactly the same as when he opened the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid before he was pulled into this mysterious void by the sudden boom in his mind. It was exactly the same as when he opened the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Before Yi Xian could think about the cause and effect of the cause and effect, his primordial spirit consciousness had already been shaken again. In an instant, he was squeezed out of the mysterious illusion of the starry sky by an irresistible force. At the same time, it was as if a star had exploded within his sea of consciousness, and a large amount of ancient, obscure, and mysterious runes instantly appeared. What was even stranger was that Yi Xian clearly didn't recognize a single one of them, but as these ancient runes transformed into a river of runes that charged into his primordial spirit, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly gained enlightenment, and all of his profundities were instantly comprehended. The giant golden dragon that was in existence of the same level as the Dongshu giant turtle was called the ancestral dragon, and the tiny ray of light that shot into the forehead of Yi Xian's primordial spirit when it bent its claw in the ancient illusion of the starry sky just now was a drop of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, called the immortal ancestral dragon's blood. To put it bluntly, it was actually a seed of the ancestral dragon's inheritance. Of course, this seed was not personally given to Yi Xian by the golden ancestral dragon. The illusion just now was only the shadow of the inheritance that was branded in this drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood. The real immortal ancestral dragon's blood had actually been shot out from the small space box that contained the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. It had entered Yi Xian's body and branded in his primordial spirit. This drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood represented the inheritance of a bloodline, and the ray of golden light that the golden ancestral dragon had shot into Yi Xian's primordial spirit in the ancient illusion of the starry sky represented the inheritance of a power. To put it simply, if you obtained the actual drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood, it was equivalent to you having a trace of the ancestral dragon's bloodline in your body. But that was it. Only when you obtained the ray of golden light that the golden ancestral dragon had shot into your primordial spirit in the ancient illusion of the starry sky would the ancestral dragon's bloodline in your body be officially recognized. The vast amount of obscure runes contained within the ray of golden light was the secret of the golden ancestral dragon's power inheritance. It was a body-tempering technique unique to the golden dragon tribe that could be called an immortal treasure body after reaching the pinnacle. The grade of this body-tempering technique was definitely not inferior to the incomplete Dongshu technique that Yi Xian had obtained, which was suspected to be related to the Dongshu giant tortoise. Furthermore, this technique was complete. This was simply an enormous fortune. Yi Xian didn't need any more cultivation techniques. He had the Golden Dragon tribe's inherited technique for body tempering, and he had the incomplete Dongshu giant tortoise's spirit source core. Even the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness was different from the spirit source core of an ordinary demon. While other people's spirit source cores were black, his spirit source core was purplish-black. Physical body, spirit, mind power. If Yi Xian developed these 3 aspects at the same time, his future achievements would be immeasurable. Everything had happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that Yi Xian felt as if he was in a dream. The incomplete Dongshu giant tortoise's Dongshu giant tortoise and the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness could be considered a huge surprise. However, compared to the immortal ancestral dragon's blood and the golden ancestral dragon's power inheritance, they were really insignificant. This time, Yi Xian was clearly a blind cat that had hit a dead mouse. He had inexplicably obtained a huge fortune, a fortune from the immortal imperial family. As the drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood was branded into Yi Xian's primordial spirit and merged with his consciousness, the figure of an old woman appeared in his mind. She was graceful, luxurious, and extraordinary, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. In addition to this old woman's figure, there were also a few simple words. Xian, I never expected that you would reach the black hole great circle in just a short 100 years. I am very gratified. Since this is what you need, I will use my personal authority to deliver these 3 vials of level 9 liquid to you as quickly as possible. In addition, there is also a drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood that you have always dreamed of. There are only a few drops of this item left in the imperial family's ancestral land. It was left behind by the ancestors of the dragon clan. It is said to be the supreme blood essence of the ancestral dragon. Originally, it could only be bestowed to the direct descendants of the imperial family who have completed the ultimate trial. I have bitterly begged your father for more than 10 years and paid a hefty price to obtain it in advance. I hope that it can help you break through the black hole realm in one fell swoop and successfully obtain the recognition of this drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood. You will inherit the power inheritance contained in the ancestral dragon's blood and brand your primordial spirit with the ancestral dragon's aura. Chapter 2718. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The black wind trembled. After explaining everything, the image of the woman and the voice in Yi Xian's mind quickly dissipated. There was no longer any trace of them. Yi Xian understood after thinking about it for a while. After all, the woman's action was against the rules. The requirements of the Everlasting Dynasty's ultimate trial were very strict. She couldn't leave any traces that could make her be restrained by her opponent. As the image and voice in his mind disappeared, Yi Xian completely understood the cause and effect of this matter. It was no wonder that Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long would misunderstand. All of this was too much of a coincidence. Even a certain noble lady of the imperial family on the immortal star, far away in the imperial capital, firmly believed that he was her son, let alone others. On one hand, Yi Xian's identity had appeared out of nowhere. There was no trace of him before. This was in line with the requirements for a direct descendant of the imperial family to participate in the ultimate trial. On top of that, not only did he happen to have the word Xian in his name, but he also made it into the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution point ranking in just a few days. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. The real direct descendant of the imperial family must have come to the graveyard domain and had a way to quickly obtain a large amount of contribution points from the Federation. And the noble lady in the everlasting star of the imperial capital just so happened to know about this. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in the Sky River domain, which was the closest star to the graveyard domain. How could she not misunderstand? When too many coincidences were put together, it was no longer a coincidence. It was the will of the heavens. Perhaps the will of the heavens was the only explanation for all of this. While sighing, Yi Xian opened his eyes and saw the small spatial box in his right hand. 3 tubes of golden level 9 gene cultivation fluid could be seen inside the box. I can finally begin. I hope that piece of the immortal grade superbrain can recover its vitality as soon as possible. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian immediately opened the small box of star essence crystals in his left hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured all 3 tubes of level 9 liquid into it, submerging the piece of superbrain fragment that was like a withered yellow slice within the box. Following which, he sensed the aura of the star essence source crystal and closed it again. With a flip of his hand, he kept the star essence source crystal into his undying world. Robber, bastard, you despicable and shameless bastard, how dare you take it away from us? That drop of immortal progenitor is obviously mine. Return it or I'll. As soon as all of this was done, not far from the right side of the cage, a manic cursing voice that seemed to be filled with resentment suddenly sounded. It stunned Yi Xian, and he reflexively turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, in his line of sight. In the cage closest to Yi Xian 300 to 400 meters away, there was a young cultivator with an imposing appearance. He was crouching in front of the pillar of the cage, staring straight at Yi Xian. His eyes were as red as blood and filled with resentment. His expression was extremely ferocious, as if he was about to devour someone. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. A thought flashed through his mind, and he subconsciously opened his mouth wide. Long Xian? He almost called out the immortal dragon blood? In addition, this person's appearance was similar to that of the noblewoman of the royal family. The facts were very clear. The guy in the opposite cage was most likely a direct descendant of the royal family of the immortal dynasty, and he was in the final trial. Although he did come to the graveyard starfield, he was so unlucky that he was captured at the bottom of the Black Wind and became a prisoner of the demon. It was not difficult to understand why the other party could confirm that he had taken away his fortune at a glance. How could something like the immortal dragon blood be ordinary? As a direct descendant of the royal family, the other party could sense his aura as soon as he appeared. In addition, with the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids that appeared in his hands just now, the other party could roughly analyze the inside story with a little deduction. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately embarrassed. Although there was a reason for this and everything was just an accident, the fact that he had taken what originally belonged to the other party was undeniable. Even if he hadn't been seen with Yi Xian's character, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Now, not only was the victim in front of him, but he even saw the whole process of Yi Xian obtaining the drop of immortal dragon blood with his own eyes. This matter was so coincidental that it was unimaginable. Unfortunately, no matter how embarrassed he was, there was no other way. That drop of immortal dragon blood had been branded into Yi Xian's primordial spirit and melted his divine sense. It was like an inseparable whole body. Even if Yi Xian wanted to return it, there was absolutely no way he could take it out and return it in one piece. However, the other party was a prince. With his status, even if Yi Xian had a lot of good things on him, it would be difficult to find anything that could enter the eyes of the family. Moreover, even if Yi Xian had something that was comparable to the immortal ancestral dragon blood, he might not be able to be so heartless as to give it away. This matter was really difficult. Yi Xian was in a dilemma. He felt guilty and could only shake his head and smile bitterly. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Prince Long Xian, who was in the cage, had been cursing the entire time. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't respond, he believed that Yi Xian was determined to deny it. The curses in his mouth became more and more unpleasant to hear. Unknowingly, even Yi Xian frowned as his annoyance grew. In the end, Yi Xian simply closed his eyes and sealed his 5 senses, treating everything in the outside world as if it didn't exist. Even the slight apologetic feeling in his heart disappeared in an instant after he received the stench from the other party. He was a proud person. How could he allow others to casually curse him like this? Everything had a cause and effect. If he accidentally obtained the immortal dragon blood from the other party was the cause, then in Yi Xian's view, the curses he had just received from the other party were enough to be the cause. From now on, they didn't owe each other anything and had no more disputes. His heart was at ease. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's state of mind gradually calmed down. He soon forgot about Prince Long Xian in the opposite cage and entered a state of deep concentration. He analyzed the current situation and deduced the subsequent countermeasures. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have captured the biological frequency of the immortal superbrain. Do you want to examine it immediately? So fast? These 3 words flashed in his mind. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he quickly took out the small box of star marrow crystals that he had just put into the undying world and opened it. As the lid was opened, an extremely obscure and faint mysterious aura rushed out. However, when Yi Xian tried to sense it carefully, he strangely found that he couldn't touch anything. It was as if the aura didn't exist at all. Rumble. While he was marveling inwardly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The floor of the cataclysm under his feet suddenly shook violently. This was the rhythm of the entire Black Wind Bastion shaking. A light flashed in Yi Xian's mind and he immediately closed the box. Chapter 27:19. The superbrain's level suppression. The only use of a superbrain was to act as a biological intelligence hub in a multitude of interstellar networks of varying sizes. It could be as large as the third universe's interstellar network, as small as the interstellar network of an administrative planet, or even the interstellar network of a bastion. Its function was similar to that of a human's brain. This had to do with the level of the superbrain. For example, the one in the imperishable star of the everlasting dynasty was the highest level of immortal rank. The one that could be used in the interstellar network of a bastion was the most common of all superbrains. For example, the ones that acted as the control hub of the Black Wind and Black Mosquito's bastions were the most common. The Black Mosquito's superbrain had been refined by Yi Xian. Its effect was similar to controlling a human's thoughts. Since then, the Black Mosquito had become Yi Xian's personal property. He could control everything with a single thought. Through this incident, Yi Xian had become very familiar with the superbrain's aura. Just now, when the Black Wind had shuddered violently without warning, Yi Xian had caught a whiff of the superbrain's aura. It was dim, but there was a clear sense of fear. That was why an idea flashed through his mind so quickly. He almost subconsciously closed the small box containing the immortal rank star essence crystal that contained the fragment of the star essence crystal. At this moment, as the small crystal box closed, the violent trembling of the Black Wind instantly disappeared. Just this point alone was enough to confirm Yi Xian's guess. As expected, the immortal rank superbrain had a natural advantage over the normal rank superbrain. This was very normal. Many creatures in the natural world were like this. Although the box in his hand contained only a fragment of an immortal rank superbrain, it still exuded the unique aura of an immortal rank superbrain when it was rejuvenated by the 9th grade gene cultivation fluid. It may be weak, but it was real. The other existences might not have reacted, but for all the normal level superbrains, it was like a commoner meeting a king. It was impossible for them not to tremble. This kind of level suppression effect was just the natural instinct of the superbrain species. It had nothing much to do with Yi Xian. But now it was this unexpected discovery that made him feel enlightened. All his troubles and worries had actually vanished completely in an instant, and it was like a violent gale had swept past, causing the clouds to disperse and the mist to become clear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an immortal rank space superbrain fragment. Activation requirements met. Would you like to activate the space-level personal communication system? As Yi Xian put away the star marrow crystal box that contained the immortal rank star superbrain fragment and tossed it to the devouring system, the long-awaited system notification soon rang. At this moment, Yi Xian's breathing quickened, and he gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Following that, the notifications from the devouring system sounded again, one after another, like a bombardment. For a moment, Yi Xian was caught off guard. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Starry Sky personal communication system has been successfully activated. Current level of the star brain fragment. Current level star brain frequency coverage. 1 light moon in diameter. Current level network communication ability. Connection is limited to same level communication. Cross-level communication is not allowed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Discovered star brain frequency coverage. Type: Micro-local area network. Star brain level: normal. Would you like to connect to it immediately? When the system notification finally ended in his mind, Yi Xian felt a little dazed. After calming himself down, he began to analyze it one by one. First of all, the Starry Sky personal communication system had been successfully activated. Moreover, the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain seemed to have become the core of this communication system from now on. Just like the immortal rank star superbrain on the immortal planet, it would handle all the exchange of data. Furthermore, from the analysis of the notification just now, the newly activated personal communication system seemed to have different levels, and these levels were directly linked to the star superbrain, which was the intelligence core of the system. Right now, the intelligence core of the system was only a fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain, so it was the lowest level. The furthest the star brain's frequency could cover was 1 light moon. Of course, this distance would increase in the future as the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain grew. As for how it would grow, Yi Xian didn't have time to examine it in detail. Other than that, the fragmented personal communication system could only capture the frequency signals of other space networks within the diameter of 1 light moon. After connecting, it could only move within the space network of this level, and there was no way it could forcibly cross the boundary and invade the network of the next level. For example, if it captured the frequency signals of the star network of the Sky River planet, then once connected, it could only move within this level of star network. If it wanted to go against the flow and invade a higher level of star network of the Heavenly Dust Star Nation, unfortunately it was not enough. As for the micro-local area network mentioned by the system, it was without a doubt the internal network of the Black Wind Bastion. From the content of the notification, Yi Xian's personal communication system was able to detect and capture the frequency signals of other star superbrains to connect to other star networks. After all the galactic-level networks, from the top network covering the entire universe 3 to the local network inside a space fortress, were all galactic supercomputers. The only difference was that they were of different levels. After understanding the basic situation, Yi Xian didn't immediately give the order to connect to the Black Wind's AI core. He couldn't escape anyway. What he was most concerned about was the growth and evolution of this immortal rank star superbrain fragment. After all, the function of this fragment was too simple and too weak. It was too different from Yi Xian's original intention. With this question in mind, he immediately searched the internal database of the personal communication system. It didn't take long for him to understand. The AI core of this personal communication system that Yi Xian had just activated was only a fragment of a fragment. But as long as it was active again, then it would be like Earth's Taisui fungus. It would grow through constant cell division until it was completely restored to its original form. Of course, the star superbrain was like Taisui fungus. It was a strange existence that existed between life and non-life. It didn't have any cells, but the general idea was correct. The only difference was that the Taisui fungus on Earth would grow slowly even if it was soaked in clear water. However, the fragment of the superbrain had to use a special mineral called the demonic black crystal in order to achieve the same effect. Coincidentally, Not only did Yi Xian have this demon-sense black crystal, he had a lot of it. Chapter 27:20. What a big pie. The appearance of the dark crystals of demonicity seemed like a coincidence, but it wasn't hard to see why. As everyone knew, the higher the level of the Starry Sky Network's intelligence center, the wider the Starry Sky Network's coverage. The reason for this was that the Starry Sky Network's network signal was actually the biological frequency emitted by the Starry Sky Network's intelligence center. The more powerful the superbrain, the more powerful its waves were. This kind of frequency was essentially the same as the psychic powers of the demonkin. It was understandable that both the demonkin and the superbrain needed the dark crystals of demonicity. The so-called black crystal of demonic will contained a special power that could amplify the mental power of a demonkin. It was obvious that the amplification effect was beneficial to the superbrain's biological wave frequency as well. Yi Xian calmed down when he understood the situation. He had more than enough dark crystals of demonicity, more than enough for him to use. But this wasn't the time to worry about it. Their first priority was to capture Black Wind. Yi Xian immediately gave an order to the newly activated communication system. Immediately connect to the internal local area network of the Black Wind Bastion and subdue and refine the main control center of the Black Wind Bastion, which was also the ordinary superbrain. Following the order, Yi Xian clearly felt a strange dark energy throbbing within his body. It was a bit like the mental energy of the devil cultivator, but also a bit like the spiritual sense of a human cultivator. It was probably the unique biological frequency of the Starry Sky superbrain. This strand of biological frequency didn't need Yi Xian to control it at all. It followed the aura of the same kind of frequency and wandered out of Yi Xian's body, as if it was an invisible and intangible thread. One end was connected to Yi Xian's primordial spirit consciousness, and the other end was quickly twisting and turning, seamlessly inserting a needle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the 4th floor of the Black Wind Battlestar and entered the central control hall of the 4th floor's core area. In the next moment, Yi Xian's mind inexplicably trembled. It was as if he was in a spiritual relationship as he sensed another strand of the same wave frequency. However, it was much weaker and carried a sense of fear. It was obvious that the immortal-level superbrain frequency that extended from his body had successfully formed a connection with the artificial intelligence center of Black Wind. In the next moment, a large number of grasps surged into Yi Xian's mind like a surging river, encompassing everything within the Black Wind. Due to the large amount of data, Yi Xian was caught off guard and felt dizzy. This was because he wasn't familiar with the operation. Once he got the hang of it, he could selectively search for the data he needed and ignore the rest. Fortunately, his psychic powers were strong. He recovered after a few moments of dizziness. After that, Yi Xian began to examine the data he'd just acquired. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the data didn't just include access to the main passage in Aegis, but also access to all of the Bastion's portals. It also included access to all of the portals on all 4 levels of the Bastion. Moreover, all of them had the highest level of authority. In other words, if Yi Xian was willing, he would be able to completely change the activation imprint of all the spatial gates without anyone noticing. In this way, even Ba Chai would find it difficult to move an inch within the Black Mosquito Star Fortress. Even his psychic seal had lost its effect. Portals and passageways couldn't be opened, so where could he go? Apart from that, the Bastion's defenses and offensive formations were all included in the data. In his ecstasy, Yi Xian immediately refined the Black Wind's superbrain. He then spent some time to change all of the control permissions. In short, all of the demonkin experts on Black Wind lost all of their authority in the blink of an eye. Everything was now in Yi Xian's hands. If he wanted to, he could absorb the Black Wind into his undying world with a single thought, just like the Black Mosquito Bastion. However, he clearly didn't plan to do so immediately. Yi Xian even left a temporary expiration period for the activation of the portals and passageways. This was because he found a piece of information in the database of the Black Wind's AI core. In 2 days, the Black Wind would arrive at the edge of the natural wormhole that led to the first universe in the deepest part of the domain of the graveyard. At that time, all of the demonkin scouts, except for the Black Mosquito Bastion, would arrive at the wormhole. Their purpose was to transfer the large amount of rare minerals, star cores, and other treasures they had mined in their respective domains over the years to the Black Wind. They would be brought back to the Demunkans' ancestral land by the Black Wind, which was about to return to the Demunkans' domain in the first universe. Before this, the Black Mosquito Bastion's vast amount of resources had made Yi Xian so happy that he almost couldn't control himself. In 2 days, the other 9 bastions, including the Black Wind, would gather all of the resources and treasures they had collected over the years. Yi Xian almost couldn't bear the thought of such a scene. In short, it was such a big pie that he would feel sorry for himself if he didn't eat it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Yi Xian stayed in the cage of the 10,000 nets at the bottom of the Black Wind. But through the Black Wind's AI, nothing in the entire bastion could escape his senses. When he was bored, he tried to connect to the Sky River network, which was the closest to him, through the Black Wind's internal LAN. He wanted to know how the Sky River network reacted after he was abducted. But the results were disappointing. The levels of the LAN were very strict. The Immortal Grade AI on the Immortal Planet in the Imperial Capital controlled the Level 1 LAN. The AI in the capitals of the 3 great empires controlled the Level 2 LAN. In the territories of the 3 great empires, the superbrains in the capital planets of the smaller empires controlled a large amount of Level 3 StarNet. Below the small nations were administrative planets like the Sky River Star. What the superbrain controlled was a Level 4 star net that covered a certain number of nearby star regions. The Level 5 LAN below Level 4 was more of a general term. It referred to the LAN controlled by the AI in each battleship or bastion. In other words, the Black Wind's LAN was Level 5. Even if the AI in the Sky River Star's LAN could reach the Black Wind's LAN, it was Level 4. The fragmentary AI could only connect to other networks. Couldn't force its way into the Level 1 network, so it was hopeless. Of course, Yi Xian could use his AI to connect to the Sky River Star's Level 4 network, the Capital Planet's Level 3 network, or even the Imperial Capital Planet's Level 2 network. But the prerequisite is that you must at least be able to detect the superbrain waves of the star network. Right? Chapter 27-21. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation opening. The Myriad Prison. The Graveyard Star Zone was located in the middle of the cultivation sector and the technology sector of the third universe. There were several naturally formed wormholes in the deepest part of the central core of the Graveyard Star Zone. One end of the wormholes was in the third universe, and the other end was in other universes or even in the nameless void. 2 of the wormholes were proven to be connected to the first universe, which was occupied by the Heavenly Legacy Clan, and the second universe, which was occupied by the Thousand Luo Federation and other space races except for the human race. Other than that, there were 3 other natural wormholes. Nobody knew where they were connected to, and few people dared to enter them because none of the experts who entered the 3 natural wormholes ever came back. Although the 5 natural wormholes were all located in the deepest part of the central core of the Graveyard Star Zone, they were quite far away from each other. They were at least several light-years away. Of course, given the current technological strength and the cultivation civilization of the Myriad Luo Federation and the Tianji clan, a distance of several light-years was nothing in the eyes of true experts. The natural wormhole that was connected to the first universe, which was controlled by the Heavenly Legacy Clan, happened to be at the edge of the 5 natural wormholes. Moreover, because this natural wormhole was the only passage for the Tianji clan of the first universe and the many slave clans under their command to enter the third universe of the human race, it was rare to see the figures of the Federation around this wormhole. The closer one was to the edge of the wormhole, the fewer human cultivators and experts of the Thousand Luo Federation could be seen. As time passed, the space closest to the edge of the wormhole had almost become the frontline base of the Heavenly Legacy Clan and their slave races in the third universe. A large number of slaves of the Heavenly Legacy Clan in all kinds of shapes and sizes could be seen everywhere near the wormhole. But today, this star field was rather deserted, because 8 of the 10 bastions of the Demon Scout Corps had strangely arrived in one day. Of the 3 known stable universes, the first universe was in the third universe. The third universe was occupied by the human race. The second universe was inhabited by a large number of other space races that had joined the Federation. The first universe, on the other hand, had long been unified by the Heavenly Legacy Clan. Even in the third universe, the human race was actually divided into 2 camps. Although they were harmonious with each other, They were different forces after all. But in the first universe, the Heavenly Legacy clan deserved to be the only overlord. He had countless slave races under his command, and among them, the Demonkin race was special. They looked no different from humans and were very difficult to distinguish, so they were favored by the Heaven's Legacy race the most. Among the many slave races of the Tianji clan, the other races only had a few scattered powerhouses enter the third universe of the human race. The demon race was Demon Army. Was the Demon Army. 10 space fortresses were given by the leaders of the Heavenly Legacy clan were hands. The 10 space fortresses given by the leaders was Legacy clan. The 10 space fortresses space were space translation, and Luo translation of translation was space star translation. Because of this, the other servants of the Heaven's Legacy race in the first universe did not dare to provoke the Demonkin race. Unknowingly, the demon race had become the most powerful slave race under the command of the Tianji clan. Therefore, when the 8 demon race space fortresses descended at the same time, the other Tianji clan slave race experts who were originally active in this area hurriedly retreated at the first possible moment. Boom! In the distance, a black bastion 10,000 meters in diameter was closing in like a small meteor. It rumbled as it approached. It soon arrived and landed in front of the other 8 space fortresses that were lined up at the edge of the wormhole. The last space fortress to arrive was Black Wind. Whoosh! 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 As Black Wind arrived, the other 8 space fortresses that had been waiting there all shot out beams of black light toward Black Wind from different directions. At the same time, a black light screen that was 1,000 meters wide appeared in the center of Black Wind. It was like an entrance to a tunnel. The 8 beams of black light all landed on the light screen and remained steady. It didn't take long for the 8 bastions in front of the Black Wind to begin the transfer of resources and treasures from the 8 bastions to the Black Wind. The 8 pillars of black light acted like a pipeline for the ship. If it was only a small amount of resources and treasures, it was completely possible to use a spatial box to store them, but because the quantity was too large and many of the treasures were too high in grade, ordinary spatial storage magic treasures could not store them at all, so this was the only way. The 10 space fortresses of the demon race had returned to the demon domain at the edge of the first universe every 20 years unless there was a special reason. The latest return was less than 2 years away. For nearly 20 years, every bastion had been manned by 10,000 demon scouts, who worked as laborers and hunters. They had been mining star core and other rare minerals in the domain of the graveyard. They had also been searching for suitable targets and killing them for treasures. It wasn't hard to imagine how enormous the amount of resources and treasures they had accumulated was. Because of this, even though the 8 space fortresses on the other side of the space fortress used the fastest way to transport resources and treasures, the entire process still took nearly 2 hours to complete. One by one, the 8 bastions withdrew their pillars of black light and departed. The black curtain of light that hung in the middle of the Black Wind's hull, like an entrance to 1,000 meters wide, vanished as well. All of this was naturally controlled by the head scout of the demon cultivator, Ba Chai, who was in charge of the Black Wind. However, in reality, even Ba Chai didn't know that the reason why he was able to do this was entirely because Yi Xian had temporarily released his authority. His purpose was to receive this enormous amount of resources and treasures. It was free anyway. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. When all of this was over, Yi Xian immediately retracted the authority he had temporarily granted him. All of the resources and treasures he had received were stored in the 3rd level of Black Wind's warehouse. As he retracted the temporary authority, all of the storehouses were completely sealed. Not to mention the warehouse keeper devils guarding the storehouses, even Barakai was unable to open them. Hum! A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, echoing in every corner of Black Wind's basement. All of the Prisoner Federation's experts were alarmed. Chapter 27-22. Amnesty, what's the situation? The opening of the Myriad Net Hell's main passage in the lower cabin immediately alarmed Ba Chai, who was in the core hall of the top floor of the Black Wind. He, who was enjoying the care of 2 beautiful demonkin women, immediately stood up in shock and flew into a rage. Who opened the Myriad Net Hell's main passage? Hurry up and check the central control room. The only ones with this authority were the 5 demonkin think tanks sitting in the central control room to the left of the core area of the top floor. At this moment, when the 5 subordinates accompanying Ba Chai in the luxurious hall received the order, 2 of them immediately walked towards the entrance of the luxurious hall. At the same time, they extended their mental power and transmitted the mental imprint to open the entrance of the hall. In the next instant, his spiritual brand landed on the sensor device on the side of the door. The latter flickered with a faint black light, but the door didn't move at all. He didn't open it at all. The 2 demon dweller managers were stunned for a moment, and the other person immediately did the same and also shot out a spiritual imprint. In the end, as expected, there was still no response. It would be strange if they could. All of the Black Wind's authority had been taken back by Yi Xian, and the entire bastion had been refined into a personal artifact like the Black Mosquito. Forget about the 2 of them, even Ba Chai wouldn't be able to take a single step out of the penthouse. Boss, something big seems to have happened. I don't think we can open the door. Their hearts shook violently. The 2 demon heart trusted aides stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Ba Chai, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the hall, with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. At the same time, at the bottom of the Myriad Net hell, following the opening of the main passage at the center of Myriad Net's prison, a series of cracking noises rang out. The pillars around the nearly 10,000 cages scattered throughout the vast black prison were slowly retracting into the folded space of this area. Of course, all of this was done by Yi Xian. However, he didn't open all of the cages, only about 80% of them. It was completely random. The remaining 20% of the cages were completely silent. After refining the superbrain that was the core of the Black Wind's AI, Yi Xian directly grasped the identities of these 10,000 Federation prisoners. The 7,000 Federation powerhouses he released basically didn't have any background, but their cultivations weren't bad. Since Yi Xian couldn't subdue them like how he did the Demonkin thought translation, and they basically didn't mean they didn't have any precious treasures, it was better to just let them and earn a large amount of Federation contribution points for him. As translation, Yi Xian didn't plan. Yi Xian. He didn't plan Yi Xian. Yi Xian would Yi Xian the Federation War was Yi Xian didn't plan. Yi Xian didn't plan Xian translation Art Xian translation Xian. Among them was Long Xian, a direct descendant of the Eternal Dynasty who was closest to his cage. At this moment, with 80% of the cages open and the main passage to leave the bastion open, the 7,000 Federation powerhouses who had just escaped were stunned for a moment. Then they were overjoyed. They all rushed toward the main passage at the center of the black prison. Although everything that was happening in front of them was too strange, they didn't have time to think too much about it. This was a rare opportunity to escape. If the main passage closed again, that would be a real trap. Time waits for no man. In an instant, a large number of powerhouses from the Federation flew over and rushed into the black light curtain passage. Their figures disappeared, and they were completely free. This scene was like the legendary pardoning of the entire world. At the same time, near the edge of the Cataclysm prison, nearly 100 prison wardens also rushed over. Although their cultivation was low, the mysterious black fog in the black prison had a suppressive effect on the consciousness of human powerhouses. They couldn't use their cultivation at all. Even if they wanted to fight, they could only rely on their physical strength. Therefore, these prison wardens had no fear. Although they were confused by such a large-scale escape, at least they knew what they had to do. No matter what, they had to keep as many as they could. The more they kept, the better the rewards they would receive when they returned. Soon, the 100 prison wardens rushed to the edge of the black prison's main passage and began a fierce battle with some of the Federation powerhouses who had just arrived. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to any of this. The cages were closed and the main passage was open. He had done all he could. If some of these people couldn't escape in the end, then they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door for me. 300 to 400 meters to the right, Prince Long Xian was angrily clinging to one of the pillars of his cage, slapping and roaring. He watched helplessly as most of his fellow prisoners escaped from their cages. More than half of them had even completely escaped through the black light curtain's main passage. Only he and a small number of unlucky prisoners' cages were unresponsive. This kind of differential treatment simply infuriated him. "Open the door. Son of a bitch. Are you blind? I'm a prince. I'm the third prince of the dynasty. You should save me first. F***ck me." After slapping for a while without any reaction, Long Xian was in despair. He even revealed his identity as he roared. He felt that he was too unlucky. He had been fine for so many years in the domain of the buried meteorite, but recently he had a lot of bad luck. First, he was captured by the Black Wind on his way back to the Sky River planet. Then, he found out that the immortal dragon blood that his mother had prepared for him had fallen into someone else's hands. Now, more than 7,000 prisoners had been pardoned, but he didn't get a share. Kachak! Just as Long Xian was roaring crazily, he suddenly heard the sound of the pillars of the cage rising and disappearing into the folded space. His face was filled with joy at first, but then he subconsciously looked down at his feet. When he found that his cage didn't respond, his face immediately darkened. Immediately after, Long Xian's gaze followed the direction of the cracking sound. 300 meters away, Yi Xian had a calm expression on his face, as he calmly walked out of the cage with his hands behind his back. He even seemed to faintly glance in his direction. F***ck. This is not fair. Son of a bitch. I'm a prince. I'm Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty. You can't treat me like this. F***ck me. Seeing that Yi Xian was able to escape, but there was still no reaction from his side, Long Xian felt completely unbalanced. He continued to roar, which was heard by a large number of Federation experts who passed by his cage and were rushing toward the Black Prison's main passage. Unfortunately, no one gave him a second glance. So what if he was Prince Xian? Was he more important than running for his life? Chapter 27-23. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Trapped in a wormhole after exiting the Black Wind, Yi Xian immediately hid behind a small Death Star not far away and lay in wait. Roughly 10 minutes later, when he estimated that most of the 7,000-plus federal experts had left, he finally made his move. With a single thought, he kept the Black Wind into the undying world within his body. Of course, he had also closed the main channel of the Myriad Net's prison's black light screen. According to his original plan, Yi Xian planned to first hide in a remote and secluded star region, then refine some slave seals. After completing all of this, he would release the Black Wind and enter to subdue the Demon Scout within the Battlestar. Of course, he couldn't subdue all of them. After all, he still needed a large number of Demon Brain Cores to upgrade his Spirit Source Core. He could just subdue half and kill half. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed out from the back of the small Death Star that he was hiding in earlier. Just as he was about to activate the Purple Hole Shuttle, an irresistible and terrifying suction force suddenly came from the space to his right. Rumble. Not only did this force appear abruptly, but it was so strong that it caused the nearby void to tremble slightly. Yi Xian's figure was pulled in uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. He streaked across the void and shot forward rapidly. When he turned his head in horror, he clearly saw that in the natural wormhole on the right that led to the first universe, there seemed to be a black light flashing quietly. And this inexplicably terrifying suction force was coming from the wormhole. F***ck. At this critical moment, Yi Xian only had time to curse. Then, he summoned the Purple Hole Shuttle and entered the wormhole immediately. In the next instant, the black light flashed again in the natural wormhole. Before the Purple Hole Shuttle could be activated, it was sucked in instantly and disappeared completely as if it had entered a black hole. Just as the Purple Hole Shuttle was sucked in by the terrifying power of the natural wormhole leading to the first universe and disappeared into the wormhole, the Sky River star, which had just calmed down because of Yi Xian's recent departure, was once again bustling with activity. This time, Yi Xian released more than 7,000 Federation powerhouses and refined the Black Wind. He obtained a huge amount of rare resources and treasures that were originally going to be sent to the demon's ancestral land and then offered to the Tianji clan. Although outsiders didn't know about all of this, along with his identity as a Federation member, the interstellar mercenary card that was imprinted in Yi Xian's mind was completely aware of it. Moreover, before Yi Xian took out the Purple Hole shuttle, this information had already been sent out by the interstellar mercenary card using a special signal frequency. Therefore, Yi Xian's Federation contribution points skyrocketed once again. Because of this, Yi Xian finally left the human ranking list. At this moment, all the information related to him on the human ranking list were displayed in the Federation's Hall of Affairs at almost the same time. Earth ranking 999th. Yi Xian, 9th level core realm. Interstellar mercenary serial number. The 13148080. Current Federation contribution points. 17687894330 million. Previously, Yi Xian was ranked 1998 on the human ranking list and had slightly more than 100 million Federation contribution points. However, he had already used up 30 million of them. Now, his Federation contribution points had suddenly increased by more than 70 million, allowing Yi Xian to rush out of the human ranking list and enter the Earth ranking. Although his cultivation had jumped from 8th level core realm to 9th level core realm, he was still in the first major realm, the core realm. On the Earth ranking list, there was no one else who had achieved this. However, all of this had happened in the short span of a day. It was difficult for the entire Sky River planet not to be shaken. Right now, the Federation's Hall of Affairs in the sky above the Sky River Star Ocean was in a complete uproar. A large number of Federation powerhouses and interstellar mercenaries were looking up at the information screen with envy, exclaiming from time to time, "Oh my God, it's happening again. As expected of my idol. How long has it been since he left?" In the blink of an eye, more than 70 million Federation contribution points have entered his account. If I had known earlier, I would have shamelessly begged him to take me out with him. Maybe some of these 70 million would have landed on me. That's more than 70 million contribution points we're talking about. He got it in the blink of an eye. Think about it, we've been in this star field for over 100 years, and we've only accumulated a little more than 1,000 points. At the same time, far away in another star field, on the immortal planet of the Empire's capital, the noblewoman suspected to be Long Xian's birth mother wept with joy when she heard the news of the Yi Xian Federation contribution points ranking list. "Xian, you are indeed mother's good son. It's only been a month and you've already earned more than 70 million Federation contribution points. You must have killed the leader of the demon race's scouts and made a breakthrough in your realm. You little brat, you've obviously broken through the black hole realm and entered the 9th major realm. Why did you hide your cultivation to be 9th level core realm? You're still as naughty as before." Achoo! As the graceful noblewoman on the undying star of the imperial capital whispered in joy, the third prince, Long Xian, who was still imprisoned in the lowest level of the Black Wind, sneezed as if he sensed something. He couldn't help but think of his mother. Long Xian sat down on the ground and choked with sobs. "Oh, mother, your son wants to go home. I've been so unlucky recently. It's so dangerous outside." In just 3 short days, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, the commander of the Heavenly River planet, had already met 7 or 8 times to discuss matters in secret. Even now, the two of them still felt that it was inconceivable that Yi Xian had left the mortal ranking 3 days ago and charged into the Earth ranking in one fell swoop. They had personally witnessed the prince being taken away by the Demon Scouts clan ship, the Black Wind. He had already become their captive, yet he was still able to earn so many contribution points. This was completely unreasonable. At this moment, Zhao Long was happily striding into Bai Jingjuan's residence. As soon as he entered the door, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha! Good news! Great news! It has been confirmed. Our prince is fine and he even made a great contribution. An hour ago, a large number of Federation experts returned to the Sky River planet one after another. When they saw the prince's ranking, they revealed a piece of news. Turns out that they all escaped from the Black Wind 3 days ago. There are thousands of them in total. This is exactly the same time as when the prince entered the Earth ranking list. Without a doubt, the prince saved those people. Otherwise, there's no way he could explain his 70 million contribution points. Moreover, the prince's identity has been confirmed. Some of those people said it themselves. At that time, there was indeed a young man in the Black Wind's myriad prison who called himself Prince Xian of the Empire. We didn't guess wrong. TSK, TSK, TSK. We don't have to worry anymore, as expected of Prince Xian of the Empire. Maybe he was captured on purpose just to earn contribution points.